voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Greetings, salutations, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here at Fred Self Stadium as Carson-Newman gets set to take on the Emory and Henry Wasps, depending on who you ask, for the 34th or 44th time. We've got 34 all-time meetings. Emory and Henry Sports Information Office, under the direction of the illustrious Joe Matthews, has 44. Regardless of who you look at, Emory and Henry has the all-time lead in this series. Our records, 17-15-2 in favor of the Wasps in a series that has been dormant for 47 years. Eagles, though, have had the recent success. Carson-Newman's won 7, if we want to talk recency being 47 years ago. And the Eagles have won 3 consecutive here in Emory, Virginia. All of those, of course, back in the 1970s. But to continue those streaks, Carson-Newman must do something today that it hasn't done since the spring COVID season, and that's win away from Berktar Stadium. Eagles have dropped 9 consecutive games on the road and haven't won away from Mossy Creek since that wild 4-overtime win at UVA Wise on March 13th, 2021, 40-37, again in 4 overtimes, the longest game in school history, tied, of course, with the 99 title game, the loss to Northwest Missouri State. So Carson-Newman has its work cut out for it. Now, in the defense of the Eagles, the road games this year, well, they've been pretty tough. Number 8 West Georgia, top 15 Lenore-Rhine team, Tusculum and Mars Hill, who are both leading the Mountain Division and only have 1 Division II loss on the season. But Emory and Henry, an upstart, 4-4, 3-3 in the SAC, first-year member in their first year of existence as an NCAA Division II school, and this is a tough place to play. Emory and Henry leads the league in attendance. So Carson-Newman comes into a place in Emory, Virginia, just outside of Abingdon, that loves their football. This is the potential to be a hostile atmosphere that Carson-Newman wanders into, and the Eagles, we certainly hope, do so with form, fire, and focus. It's Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry on the docket today. Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles, so when you're hungry, make sure you reach for Domino's. Get a large 1-topping pie for $6.99 with your Carson-Newman ID. Domino's, it is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. When we roll on the AEC countdown to kickoff, Andrew Rogers has a glimpse at your scouting reports. And those conversations aided by hometown hero Caleb Goins and offensive lineman Mike Pepin head your way when we come back after these messages on the Eagles Sports Network.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee and Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Dessa with Ted Russell Nissan. Listen to me. Full details, just $79.
$79 for a full detail?
I ain't lying. Our detail shop will detail your car for just $79.
What about new vehicle inventory?
We got them. Altimas, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, even brand new Rogues, all in stock. And remember, you always get top dollar for your trade. Slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking. It don't matter. Even wreck with a bad Carfax. Just bring that sled to Ted right here in beautiful West Knox alone. Kingston Pike.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Andrew Rogers here on the countdown to kickoff, powered by Appalachian Electric Cooperative here on the Eagle Sports Network with the Offensive Scouting Report.
Senior linebacker Caleb Goins is from Bristol, Virginia. The linebacker says it's very meaningful to be able to play a game in his senior season so close to home.
It means a lot. Got a lot of family and friends that are going to come to the game. So, I mean, it's obviously you got to win if everybody comes to your game, so it does mean a lot.
The Emory and Henry offense loves to utilize the RPO, the run-pass option. Goins talks about the challenges of defending it.
I think we see RPOs every week now, modern-day football, but they're pretty efficient on the way they do it. They read overhangs. They read us a lot. They read the corners a lot. The big challenge with them is they run RPOs on both sides. It doesn't matter where the back is, so that poses challenges to, locking in on your reads.
Wasps quarterback Kyle Short has thrown for 200 yards in 4 games this season and is third in the conference in passing yards per game. Goins says the receivers have played an integral role in his success this season.
Yeah, I mean, their receivers do a good job of getting open downfield. They got some speed. I think they got a good scheme, and they're pretty good at what they do.
We'll take a break and come back with the Defensive Scouting Report next here on the Eagles Sports Network.
Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles.
The number one source for Carson-Newman athletics gear is shopseeandeagles.com, where you can find gear from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour. Shirts, jerseys, sweatshirts, shorts, pants, hats, and scarves. ShopSeeingEagles.com is your source for everything CN. You can even show your school spirit on your smartphone or tablet. All of your game day essentials can be found in one place. ShopSeeingEagles.com.
What a grip and a rip by Des Farrell.
You're locked into Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God, and that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
Andrew Rogers back here on the countdown to kickoff, powered by the Appalachian Electric Cooperative here on the Eagle Sports Network with the Defensive Scouting Report with offensive lineman Mike Pepin, who says this Wasps defense reminds him a lot of a Tusculum team the Eagles faced a couple of weeks ago.
I think they like to do some different stuff on defense. They kind of resemble Tusculum a little bit. They do a lot of twisting and motions and stuff up front to try to confuse people. They're throwing some odd up front in the box. So, I mean, we got to be disciplined this week, have good eye discipline, and we got to have a good passing protection.
The offensive lineman says pass protection is key in order for the Eagles to successfully throw the football this week.
I mean, we can only protect the quarterback. That's all our job is. We can protect as long as possible. Hopefully guys are getting open down the field. if they do catch a pick, we got to make a tackle. Try to limit that as best we can.
In their first year in Division II football, the Wasps have transitioned well, going 4-4 this season and 3-3 in sack play. Pepin says their scheme makes it challenging to prepare for.
I think they do a lot of gimmick stuff. They run the spread. They like to spread you out. They have a whole bunch of fast skill kids. And then, like I said, they do a lot of twists up front. So that stuff can be hard to prepare for in 5 days. They do good schemes. So that's a nod of the cap to their coordinators and what they do over there.
When we come back, the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier and David Needs, break things down as we continue to count you down to kickoff here on the Eagles Sports Network.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
If you're looking for official Eagle merchandise, look no further than the Carson-Newman Bookstore. With a large selection of Carson-Newman gifts and apparel, you're sure to find something to please the entire family. From stuffed eagles to towel sets, sweatshirts, shorts, hats, and slippers, we literally have you covered from head to toe. We have just the item you're looking for no matter what the season. So whether you're an Eagle student, parent, alumni, or fan, shop us for everything orange and blue. Call 865-471-3539 for more information and store hours. We'll see you at the Carson-Newman Bookstore.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. 2 cheeseburgers, 2 medium fries, any 2 drinks of your choice. Tea, coffee, or soft drink. Just...
Whoa, cut! Gerald, wrong script.
I thought something sounded wrong. Here we go. Brand new Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike. Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. This week, russet potatoes are on sale. Ground beef, just a pound. Thumping good watermelon.
Whoa, Gerald, wrong script.
Here we go. Ted Russell Nissan. Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all new and in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
All right, back here at Fred Self Stadium, Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry on the docket today, and we are pleased to welcome back into the booth, his triumphant return, David Needs, former Carson-Newman quarterbacks coach, wide receivers coach, did a lot of things with the football program. Washed up quarterback, of course, is the first one that comes to mind. But our guy, Michael Watchang, he got married last night, so congratulations to him. David, thanks for providing some fill-in analysis today.
Well, thank you for having me, Adam. It's always a joy to talk about Carson-Newman football, and what better setting than this, and beautiful day to be here and talk about the Eagles and getting a chance to get a good victory today.
Interesting matchup, especially when you consider Emory and Henry and what Kurt Newsom has installed in terms of the RPO, probably as heavy as a run-pass option team as there is in the South Atlantic Conference. And Kyle Short, up until 2 weeks ago, was leading the league in passing. 2 rough outings against both Tusculum and Mars Hill have knocked him down to third, but still very capable offense that Emory and Henry has at its disposal.
Yeah, Coach Slade talked to him yesterday, and one of the things he said is it's more of a pass-run option. We like to use the word run-pass, but he said that, when you watch them, it looks like they're going to throw the ball first, and then maybe they'll go back to the run, which is you see that a little bit in college football today with Wake Forest and some teams that really have perfected that long ride and attack.
It probably still goes back to anything with the option. Just play your assignment.
Yeah. Play your assignment. Know what your job is and be there, because if you don't play your assignment, you leave a hole that the offense can attack.
As with any college football team here late in October, toward the back end of the season, there are going to be some injuries, some nicks and bruises. Emory and Henry's without the services of their leading receiver, Tamaje Penn, today. And Carson-Newman not exactly escaping the injury bug either. There's no Tyrell Ragland today at right guard. The Eagles will likely turn to Colt Sinor and Mike Pepin in some combination of left and right guard, but two guys that do have starting experience there. And then defensively, no Nick Owens at that box end, but arguably probably the deepest position on Carson-Newman's team. You got Nick Owens, but Frank Lee and a guy that can do a little bit with a discus, Trezell Giardini-White.
Sure.
No slouches at that Fox end. But you got to play through injuries at this point in the year.
Yeah, I mean, you get to this late in the season, you've got to be ready, and this is where the strength of your coaching staff shows up, because if you can coach and develop young kids and bring players along, and by creating depth, you have a chance to be effective late in the season.
Emory and Henry defensively, a lot back who really shined when the Wasps were in the ODAC and are continuing to shine in the South Atlantic Conference. Jay Swegheimer, I guess no longer the reigning ODAC Defensive Player of the Year, but a D3 football All-American a year ago. He's been a thorn for folks up front with 5 sacks and 5 tackles for loss this season.
Okay. You know, Adam, one of the things that they try and do defensively that is going to give the Eagles a little bit of a problem is that they are active, but they do play a balanced defense, and so the defenders' eyes tend to look towards the backfield, and so they've given up a lot of big plays because they're going to force you to run. If you run it, they're going to have a lot of people that are going to go to the ball, and so that'll give them a challenge, and you got to hold on to that ball and throw a little bit deeper, and if they don't get you first, and that's something that they want to try and do, certainly.
Big play, certainly something that Carson-Newman is cognizant of. After last week against Mars Hill, Eagles hardly had any of them, a season low 2.
Right.
And that includes a Tyree Nelson 58-yard kickoff return, but then also gave up 8 20-plus yard passing plays against the Lions. You go back the previous 4 weeks, 8 20-yard passing plays in those 4 weeks combined. Have to be mindful of both those situations, while also critical for Carson-Newman today to get off to a fast start.
Yeah, one of the things the Eagles have to do is they can't play vanilla offense today. You can't line up in the same formation and go after them. You've got to move it around. You got to move the eyes around. We would say you got to be Spumoni today instead of vanilla. You got to be in a situation where you force the linebackers' eyes to change levels with their reads, and let's go on defense. Are they gonna be comfortable, or are you going to force them to be checking their assignment?
All right. Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry on the docket today. We'll speak with head coach Mike Clowney. His pregame comments when we come back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency at 423-586-4320 or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown, serving the Lakeway area's insurance needs since 1931.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
An interview with head coach Mike Clowney heads your way in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Spark Scholarship Fund so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
Time to check in with the Eagles head man. Here's head coach Mike Clowney, alongside the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back on the AEC countdown to kickoff, coming to you today from Fred Self Stadium as Carson-Newman takes on the Emory and Henry Wasps for the first time since 1975. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Mike, a winning season still potentially in the grasp of your team, but obviously would take a strong performance on the road against a Wasp team that has challenged all comers this year in their first season in Division II. What's it take to keep that dream alive and keep the dream alive of a pretty massive improvement from last year?
The big thing that we've got to do is we've got to play with great effort, great enthusiasm. I think we've got to play well on defense. Offense, I think we've got to do a good job of executing, moving the football, using some clock and putting points on the board.
Emory and Henry has become known for their RPO game, run pass option. What makes it feels like you've seen it week in, week out, but theirs is it feels like a cut above. What makes theirs unique?
It's kind of got like a little bit of that Wake Forest vibe to it, to where they hold the ball a little bit longer to try to get you a little bit further committed to playing one or the other and then making that decision.
You look within Carson-Newman's offense. Last week was really the first week of the season where Tusculum game notwithstanding because of the turnovers, where you didn't have an increased performance. It felt like, what's it take to get the offense back on track against a Wasp defense that's been capable in places but has also given up yardage in places?
I think we've got to, keep it simple and play hard. I think that's the biggest key for us is, it's going to come down to, us executing, which means, a lot of times you just minimize mistakes by keeping things simple. So we got to keep it simple. We got to play with great effort.
Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. What growth have you seen from your offensive line, a unit that was so maligned by injury last year, this season, where it feels like they've improved week to week?
I think, we added a couple guys in there this year that I think have definitely helped with, Mike Pepin and Brian Doe, two older guys there, but even the guys that played last year, we've seen a ton of Colt Sonor. Christian Jones is back. He's been able to kind of, really be involved and help us out this year. Ethan Marshall, you can see his development on the field. And then Ty Ragland, played some last year, was his freshman year, but you can kind of still see some of that transition and development in him as well.
What challenges in life are there that are teachable moments, given how it's into the year, your team's going to be banged up toward the back half of the year? Nicks and bruises in the running back room, nicks and bruises in the receiving room, nicks and bruises in quarterback. What lessons can you apply to the grand scheme of things, given the nature of and reality of football in late October?
I think it sticks to two things. I think sometimes, like we talked about all week, is, mind over matter. Sometimes, like, you're going to be nicked up and hurt, but you have to find a way to go and get what you still want. And then I think the second phase of that is, there are other times that other guys have to step up. You sit in the room and say you want to play, and then opportunity presents itself, and we got to be ready to go and execute.
Mike Clowney, pleasure as always. Good luck today against the Wasps.
Thank you.
That's Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Starting lineups, keys to the game, weather report, all headed your way when the AEC countdown to kickoff comes back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Favorite thing about my street?
It's quiet.
Safe. The people.
We rely on each other.
And we rely on our Touchstone Energy Cooperative.
The co-op isn't just about electricity.
It's about power.
The power of information, efficiency,
safety,
technology.
That's why whenever I have a question about energy, I always call my Touchstone Energy Cooperative first. Because in my community,
I am the co-op. And the co-op
is me.
AEC, member-owned and service-driven.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
What a grip and a rip by Des Farrell.
You're locked into Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God, and that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
You are listening to the flagship station for Carson-Newman football, AM 620, WRJZ Knoxville.
This is Carson-Newman football.
Turner to the 40, the 30. Turner to the 20. Nobody's going to catch Vernon Turner. 80 yards. A touchdown on the first play of the game. Vernon Turner has Carson-Newman up 6-0.
128 All-Americans.
Williams, house call. Touchdown. Carson-Newman.
21 sack titles.
He throws down into the end zone wide open. Touchdown. Carson-Newman. Alvin Sanders.
5 national championships.
That's it from Wilberforce, Ohio, and Carson-Newman will play for the national championship.
1 legendary history.
And I think if we will become that one, then we will be number 1 in the South Atlantic Conference, and we'll be number 1 in the nation, and we'll be number 1 in God's heart.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network. Today's game is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, Aramark, by ShopCNEagles.com, the Eagle Club, the Bible Insurance Agency, by Pepsi, the Tennessee National Guard, by Magaha Electric, Inner Digital, by Food City, Tri-Light, Quality Sweets of Morristown, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen.
Now, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
All right, back atop Fred Self Stadium. Carson-Newman is making its way over a bridge that crosses a creek just outside of Fred Self Stadium, and the Eagles streaming toward the stadium in white jersey tops, blue pants, and orange helmets, while Emory and Henry's band in all navy jerseys with a yellow sash across the front is lined up, set to welcome the Wasps onto the field here on their senior day. So you got Mossy Creek back in Jeff City. You've got Hall Creek here in Emory, Virginia. So Carson-Newman slowly processing its way onto the field, and the Eagles getting set to run out. You could not ask for a better day for football. Absolutely gorgeous here in Emory, Virginia, as the Wasps from the right and the James H. Brooks Fieldhouse make their way onto the field. Navy tops, yellow trousers, and yellow helmets with a white and blue stripe down the middle of the domes for the Wasps. Good-looking jersey for Emory and Henry. Couldn't ask for better weather, David needs. Temperatures in the mid-60s with genuinely and it is not hyperbole, not a cloud in the sky. Your keys for Carson-Newman's success here today.
Sure, Adam. One of the things that we want to see from Carson-Newman on offense is can they make Emory and Henry uncomfortable? Can they do it? Can they move the ball around? Can they move people around to make their defense, put them in a situation where they cannot read an easy read against Carson-Newman on offense? On defense, got to read the run pass option, RPOs, really pass run option. If you ask Coach Larry Slade, like we said, are they going to throw the ball? But that front four has to play a great game today to put the linebackers in a position where they can make tackles. And then on special teams, make sure that you take care of the football. Put the offense and the defense in a good position by playing great special teams.
I'll add one more to that, and that is start fast.
Yeah, amen to that.
Carson-Newman has gone 3 and out on its opening possession in 3 consecutive weeks. Against Tusculum and Mars Hill on the road, that was certainly detrimental to the Carson-Newman cause. Well, how about this? For the first time this season, Carson-Newman has lost the opening coin toss. The statistical probability finally caught up with Carson-Newman in week number 9. But I'll check that. Carson-Newman won the toss.
And deferred.
And deferred. Pardon me. So 9 straight weeks, I was thought this is going to be the week. So your probability of that happening is about 0.3%. 9 straight weeks, Carson-Newman wins the toss. And you give your defense a chance to do something when your offense has struggled to start games on the road here, Blake.
Sure. And one of the things that, Adam, like you said, when you're the attacker instead of being attacked, what you can do is you can kind of control the tempo of the game. You put that other team, make them answer a lot of questions about themselves. But when you're being attacked early, that one of the things that you have to do is you have to answer questions about yourself. So when you're telling yourself that you're going to be an attacker, what you have to do is you got to create blitzes. You've got to, on defense, you've got to come after them a little bit and make them decide what they're going to do.
Cam Peoples and Jarrell Harrison are back deep to receive this kick. And Christian Irwin has it teed up toward the right hashes and is set to kick off from right to left. Left-footed kicker for Carson-Newman. Pretty good contingent of orange and blue faithful across the way as Irwin strikes a knuckleballer that bounces at the 15. One hops up to Peoples, and he'll bring it out. Peoples splitting the hashes, gets up to the 20-yard line, and he is cut down at the knees by Champ Baker. And Emory and Henry starts out 1st and 10 at its own 21-yard line.
Going to be key right here on the first snap to see what the Eagles do on defense. Are they going to give them a look? Are they going to just play assignment? Or are they going to run a couple stunts or things just to give them a different look? It'll be interesting to see what Coach Slade dials up here on the first play.
So the Wasps will trot out Grayson Overstreet with a different starter at quarterback. Charles Mutter will get a look here for the Wasps. Overstreet to his right, 3 wide set. Snap back and a handoff straight ahead to Overstreet. He runs straight into Frank Lee. And Lee buckles him down after just a yard up to the 22-yard line. Some assistance from Justin Triplett. Gain of 1, 2nd and 9.
The Eagles did a real good job right there of closing the gaps off, and even had the quarterback sniffed out if he chose to keep it on the run option.
2nd down, 8 to go for the Wasps. Left hash at their own 23-yard line. Mutter in the gun. Single man to the left, 2 men to the wide side right. Snap back and a handoff Overstreet left side. Cuts the corner. Has a good gain across the 30 for 1st down yardage, and he's dragged down along the left sideline by Alonzo Houston up at the 36-yard line. Give him 13 yards and a 1st down.
Just lost contained right there. You think that they're going to run it inside, but you got to be ready for it on the outside too, and you just can't squeeze down. And probably saw that on the first play that everybody collapsed and decided they were going to run it outside.
No score, 1 minute in. Emory and Henry with the ball first, moving left to right, blue tops, yellow trousers here at Fred Self Stadium. 1st and 10 Wasps, left hash at their own 36. Mutter out of the gun, takes the snap, hands off Overstreet, picks his way to the left side. Got away for a moment from Ja'Cory Long and Jake Cottle, but they latched onto his waist and drag him down for no gain at the 36, 2nd and 10.
did exactly what they needed to do the last play ago right there. Just played contained, squeezed it, but it still had that man that they could not bounce it outside when they wanted to.
Give him a half a yard, officially a yard gain, up to the 37, so second and a long 9 for the Wasps. Twins go to the wide side right, a single man to the short side left. Mutter in the gun, takes the snap and hands off to Overstreet straight ahead, and he runs square into Ja'Cory Long and Callum Clements and Alonzo Houston. Decent yardage along the left hashes up to the 40, a 3-yard tote, but it brings up third down and a lengthy 6.
A situation that Emory and Henry does not want to get into, because now you take away a lot of their run-first looks now and have to think about throwing and being a little bit banged up at wide receiver, and with a new quarterback, Carson-Newman playing man coverage on the outside. What are they going to do here as far as a quick throw, or are they going to go deep?
Wasps 10th in the sack in third down conversions. 3rd and 6, left hash at the 40. Eagles rush 5. Mutter stands in the pocket, escapes, sprints left. Mutter hit at the 45. He falls forward outside the left hashes and appears to be short. Needed the 46, about a half yard short. Callum Clement stepped up from his safety spot and kept him from moving the sticks. Gain of 5.5.
Great coverage right there by the Eagles. They certainly covered everybody up. Made the quarterback have to run. That was not a run first look. That was all that was there, and decided to do it. But 4th and short. What the big question right now is are they going to try and drop Carson-Newman offsides, or do they really have a play called?
11:50 to play first quarter. No score. 4th and inches for the Wasp. Heavy set left for Mutter. Overstreet to his right, takes the snap, gives Overstreet straight ahead. Overstreet powering his way forward. It is close.
Going to be close.
Overstreet gummed up by David Alexander and Ja'Cory Long. The nose of the football is right at the hash mark, and the officials, led by Jeff Jones, say first down.
I'm surprised they didn't measure it. It's close enough that I would have measured it right there.
I mean, from our vantage point, and we are dead on it, the nose of the football is even with the first part of the white. And that is right where the chains are, but the officials say move the sticks. 1st and 10 Wasps. Snap back, play fake. Mutter throwing, middle of the field. That's complete to Ford in Carson-Newman territory on a slant down at the 40. And he's brought down immediately by Jalen Anderson. A gain of 14 through the air. Wasps move the chains. 8th play of the drive coming up. Trying to crack the scoreboard first. No score with 11:01 to play in the first quarter.
Well, that's that run-pass option that we talked about. Just that quick slant with a run read right off of it, and just taking advantage of the fact that the linebacker was coming up towards the line of scrimmage and beating the corner inside.
1st and 10 Wasps, middle of the field at the Carson-Newman 40. Mutter from the gun. Takes the snap, will give to Hill, left side. Hill breaks free into the second level. Tight roping the left sideline inside the 30 for first down yardage, and he's knocked out of bounds by Anderson inside the 20, down at the 17. A 23-yard gash play on the ground for Justin Hill. He matches his longest rush of the season, and the Wasps knocking on the doorstep with back-to-back 10-plus yard plays. Snap back, handoff, Hill straight ahead. Eagles gum that one up quickly. David Alexander, Jaheim Wilson, A.J. Hunter all in the mix. And Hill gets nothing. Officially, no gain to the 17. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, the Eagles stopped them after they tried to go with a hurry up and tried to catch the Eagles off guard, and went inside. The play before, when they ran outside, it was just a bounce outside, lost containment again, and squeezed it too tight, and were able to bounce it outside.
Opening possession for the Wasps was chewed up 5 minutes of game clock. 2nd and 10, Emory and Henry. Toward the left hash at the 17. Play fake for Mutter. Steps up in the pocket, bounces it to the left side, squeezes through the hole and a boundary left inside the 15, and A.J. Hunter drags him down from behind, down at the 11. 6-yard tote. 3rd down, 4 to go for a Wasp. And let's not forget about Trace Butcher, the Wasp field goal kicker, who leads the sack with 11 makes on 14 attempts. Easy 3 available for the Wasp if they stall out here.
One of the things the Eagles are doing really well right now is covering in the secondary, except for the one little slant play that there has not been a gimme yet.
Eagles jump off sides, free play. Mutter chucks it left side of the end zone. It's intercepted, but it's not going to matter. Major Williams grabbed it, but the Eagles lurched into the neutral zone when Mutter barked out a hard count. And David Alexander, officially the culprit, will move the chains and give the Wasps first and goal from the 6. 11th play of the drive coming up for the Wasps. That started all the way back at their own 21. 9:02 to play in the first quarter. No score, but Emory and Henry has slowly but surely marched down the field. Converted on a 4th down and hit a big running play to Hill. First and goal from the 6 for the Wasps. Mutter out of the gun. Takes the snap, hands off Overstreet, picks his way off right guard, and finds himself in David Alexander's clutches. Wraps himself around his shoulders and drags him down between the hashes at the 5. Just a yard. Second and goal.
Two things the Eagles have done well so far is cover on the perimeter and play the inside run well. If they can get containment on the outside, they're probably getting the ball on a punt a lot sooner.
Second and goal from the 5 for the Wasps. Moving left to right at sun-soaked Fred Self Stadium. Mutter from the gun. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Drops, passes, middle of the end zone. Diving grab, attempt incomplete. It was intended for the backup receiver, Anthony Smith Jr., but the 6'2 freshman couldn't squeeze it on the ampersand in the middle of the end zone. Third and goal from the 5.
Big down right here. Do you force a field goal and get out of here with 3, or do you really have a chance to, do you give up something quick and easy? And right now the Eagles have not done that, and we'll see if that holds true to form.
Third and goal from the 5 for the Wasps. Mutter from the gun. Takes the snap. Hands off Overstreet, straight ahead. Steps through the line and bursts into the end zone. Touchdown Wasps. Grayson Overstreet finds pay dirt for the 5th time this season. And the Wasps cap a beefy 13-play, 79-yard drive with a 5-yard touchdown run. 6-0 Wasp, 8:17 to play in the first quarter.
Even though that looked like a run-pass read, that was just the old-fashioned draw right there that get everybody to come on a pass rush and then just delay handoff and let them rip it right up the middle, right through the A-gap.
Trace Butcher on for the point after attempt. Snap back, hold down. Butcher's kick, whirly-gigging left, but it sneaks inside the uprights, and it is good. Emory and Henry strikes first. Wasps lead it 7-0 on Carson-Newman. We're back to Self Stadium after these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey folks, Gerald Dessler with Ted Russell Nissan. Listen to me. Full details, just $79.
$79 for a full detail?
I ain't lying. Our detail shop will detail your car for just $79.
What about new vehicle inventory?
We got them. Ultimas, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, even brand new Rogues, all in stock. And remember, you always get top dollar for your trade. Slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, it don't matter. Even wreck with a bad Carfax. Just bring that sled to Ted right here in beautiful West Knox alone. Kingston Pike.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
Back at Fred Self Stadium, Adam Cavalier, David Needs, happy to have you alongside. Our spotter today is Mary Vandergriff and Dave Clabo, of course, running the show back inside the network control. Andrew Rogers, our host, is stationed in the McCowan Field press box. He'll join us at halftime. Ensuing kickoff comes down to Tyree Nelson in the boundary right side. Nelson, good burst ability, straight ahead across the 25 up to the 30 before he's knocked down from behind by Landon Bertelson. Quality 30-yard return from the goal line by Tyree Nelson, and David Needs Eagles need an answer, and an answer in a hurry after the lengthy Wasp possession.
Sure, you go through your script during the week, and you go through practice, and you think, well, this is what they might do, this is what they might do. So these first couple plays are kind of like a boxer trying to feel out and see what their opponent is doing, but let's see if the Eagles have a wrinkle for them.
Double tight ends to the right for the Eagles with Nelson in motion into the backfield. Corbin takes, he's back to pass, airing it out along the right sideline, incomplete to the tight end Drew Morrison. Let him just a smidge too far. Eagles dial up the wheel route to the tight end, and it was there for 6 if it's a completion.
They had both wide receivers wide open. It was a great play, action pass, and look, and the defense was bent on stopping the run and had 2 wide receivers with an arc and a trail just right there.
7-0 Wasp leading. 8:05 to play in the first quarter. Corbin out of the gun. Curtis to his left. Snap back, play fake through the screen. Left side, that's complete to Nelson. Makes one man miss. He's across the 40 for first down yardage, running over the left side numbers, and ripped down from behind by Ivan Phillips. The South Atlantic Conference's leader in tackles gets him after a gain of 11. 1st and 10 for Carson-Newman.
Great couple new wrinkles for the Eagles. Great looks right there. Hit that flare and took advantage of the defense being out of position.
Double barrel shotgun for the Eagles. Corbin takes the snap. Flag flies. Hand off straight ahead to Nelson. Jumps through a hole and gets up to the 43-yard line, but in the area of an illegal motion penalty or an offsides. We'll see. Cade Meeks says this is on Emory and Henry. And it is indeed on the Wasps. Didn't quite get a...
Number 23.
Now that goes on Emory and Henry's defensive back, TJ Payne.
They are playing tight bump coverage right there, Adam, and so that's there's not much breathing room between wide receiver and corner.
1st and 5 for Carson-Newman from the Eagles' own 46. Play action, throw, middle of the field, Westfield, high, over top of the Eagles' NFL prospect. He was covered by TJ Payne, but Payne really not a factor on that play. Corbin just floated it long, 2nd and 5.
Got some good looks. Have some guys running open. Just got to make those connections.
Corbin, left hash from his own 46. Double barrel shotgun. Barks out a couple hard calls, turns and faces the right sideline to get the audible in. Westfield, short side left, Meeks wide side right, double barrel shotgun. Curtis and Nelson. Snap back, handoff, dive. Nelson bursts through a hole, reaches the football forward, and stretches out the go-go gadget arms between the hashes up to the 48 to pick up 2 yards. He was ripped down at the waist by Rasheed Ellis. And it's 3rd down and 3 to go for Carson-Newman.
Just a little bit of a cutback play right there, Adam. Wanted to catch the defense over pursuing and go with what looked like an option load.
7-0, Wasp leading, 6:50 to play first quarter. Twins bunched to the right. Waters and Meeks. Corbin in the gun. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls right, throws right, complete to Meeks for first down yardage at the 45. And he's hit as he lands by Ivan Phillips. And that brings him down to the boundary right side, down at the 44. Good enough, though, for 8 yards. And a chain mover for the Eagles. And Carson-Newman already over the football, wanting to go quick, trailing 7-0 with 6:20 to play in the first quarter.
Quick flood route, last play.
Corbin takes the snap. Zone read, pitch, Curtis, bobbled. It's scooped up by the Wasps. Nehemiah Scott recovered the bobbled pitch, and Emory and Henry get some sudden change.
Looked like hit the pitch back in the hands. There was a defender right there, and just couldn't make connection and hold on to it. It's a shame because it was probably a 5-yard gain, 6-yard gain on the play before it was fumbled.
6:09 to play in the first quarter. Wasps trying to make it a 2-score game and take advantage of the Carson-Newman fumble. We are back to Emory, Virginia after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you. now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
Emory and Henry trying to take advantage of a Carson-Newman turnover and add to a 7-0 lead with 6:09 to play in the first quarter. Eagle fans, AEC is your Touchstone Energy Cooperative. Service you can trust and value, you can depend on. Powering Mossy Creek, where AEC, member-owned and service-driven. Wasps throw a screen to the right side to Cam Peoples. It's complete in the backfield, but not before Jalen Anderson runs him down over the numbers right side, back at the 48-yard line. That's a loss of 3 to bring up 2nd and 13.
Yeah, just that quick screen, and Jalen did a really good job of fighting through that block and coming up and tackling them in the backfield.
5:47 to play, first quarter. Wasps lead at 7-0. Emory and Henry, a lengthy 13-play, 79-yard drive, milked 6:36 off the clock, and ended in Overstreet's 5-yard touchdown run to give the Wasps the opening advantage. Mutter takes the snap, going to throw it long along the right sideline and out of bounds. Incomplete for Jalen Mitchell. If he had caught it, it would have been his 3rd catch of the season. Instead, Mutter floated it wide to the right and out of bounds, and it's 3rd and 13 for the Carson-Newman defense to contend with.
And that, we talked about before the game, the front four has to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and there they did. Had that hand up and forced the quarterback to kind of not get a good look at it, and threw it wide, a floater wide, and was 5 yards out of bounds.
No Kyle Short today, at least so far for Emory and Henry. Mutter's thrown 20 passes coming into this game on the season. He's already unfurled 4 today. Here on 3rd and 13, Mutter's back to pass. He's pressured, escapes, rolls to the right side, smashed as he throws deep. Ball flutters in the air. Going up to get it is Kendall Williams, and he picks it off at the 10. For all intents and purposes, a punt, but Kendall Williams seizes the INT, the first of the year, and the Eagles trade a turnover for a turnover. 1st and 10, Carson-Newman from the 10.
Got great play by the defense. Forced the quarterback again to throw a floater out there. Emory and Henry probably got away with a little bit of a hold right there. One of the defenders got tackled to the ground, but one of the things that did was it forced him out of the pocket, made him uncomfortable, threw it and into double coverage, and a pick by Kendall.
Hey, Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles, so when you're hungry, reach for Domino's. Get a large one-topping pie for $6.99 with your Carson-Newman ID. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. 1st and 10 for Carson-Newman from its own 10. Eagles throw a screen right side to Nelson. Makes one man miss at the 15. Shifty move up to the 20. And gets brought down along the numbers right side up at the 23-yard line. First down yardage before he's finally ensnared by Nehemiah Scott.
One of the things that they're doing is they're putting those eyes in the backfield as the defenders, and so the quick passes out there in the flat to the running backs is really getting them because they're watching the quarterback. It gives them the chance for the running back to go free.
Gain of 12, snap back, handoff Nelson, picks his way right side into the boundary, up across the 25, up to the 26-yard line for a 4-yard gain. Buckled down by the Wasps' Joshua Johnson. 2nd down and 6 to go. 4:25, rolling clock, first quarter. 7-0, Wasps leading. Eagles trying to take advantage of the Kendall Williams interception. Corbin out of the gun, TJ King to his left. Snap back, play fake to King. Throw it high, Westfield, left sideline, looking back shoulder. Incomplete at the 50. Westfield in single coverage with Chindrick Can.
Got man coverage. You can't fault the Eagles for trying to take advantage of it, especially with Braxton. One of the great things that you're seeing from the Eagles on offense, though, is, Adam, is that they're not lining up in the same formation 2 plays in a row. So they really are forcing Emory and Henry to move around and play them.
4 wide set this time for Carson-Newman on 3rd down and 6 to go from the right hash at their own 26. Single man to the right, trips to the wide side left, Westfield, Simpson, and Meeks. Snap back to Corbin, steps up in the pocket, sprints right. Corbin Corbin going to chuck it on the run, back across his body. It is bobbled, it is tipped, it is intercepted. The Wasps, Jalen Krimus comes away with the interception, his third of the year, and Emory and Henry adds on to its 12th pick of the season as a team, second in the sack. Krimus comes away with it at the 32-yard line. So, opening scoring drive, we've gone fumble, pick since.
Yeah, and it was, like you said earlier, for the Kendall Williams interception. It was a punt interception, certainly. I mean, Emory and Henry now has the ball on the 32-yard line. It's curious to see the motion across the field, tried to get to the single receiver when you had three to the one side and two uncovered receivers.
3:58 to play first quarter. Emory and Henry trying to add to a 7-0 lead. Hutter out of the gun, takes the snap, give to Overstreet right side, gets around right tackle, and picks up decent yardage across the 35 over the right hash, is up to the 36. Jake Cottle latched onto his ankles and dragged him to the ground, a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6. Hey, Eagle fans, Lisa's Country Kitchen is the official restaurant of the Carson-Newman Eagles. They serve the best home-cooked meals that the Lakeway region has to offer. Lisa's Country Kitchen, the official restaurant of the Carson-Newman Eagles. 2nd and 6 for the Wasps. Right hash at their own 36, leading 7-0 with 3:25 to play in the first. Mutter from the gun. Overstreet to his left. Takes the snap, gives Overstreet. Bursts out to the right sideline. Overstreet, foot race with Anderson. Anderson catches him and shoves him out of bounds in Carson-Newman territory, down at the 41. Wasps evade the blitz and carve up Carson-Newman to the tune of a 23-yard rush.
Trying to attack Carson-Newman in the C gap, really trying to see if they are going to squeeze the inside run, then they're going to bounce it to the C gap, and that's one of the things that Emory and Henry has found success with, is that C gap and really hitting outside.
1st and 10 for the Wasps, right hash at the Carson-Newman 41. Mutter out of the gun, takes the snap, pulls it, keeps it left side. He's hit at the knees by Clements, stood up by Alexander, and they bring him down along the left hashes at the 37-yard line. A gain of 4, 2nd down and 6 to go with 2:30 to play in the first quarter, and Carson-Newman trailing 7-0.
Like we talked about, Adam, they're just working that C gap right now. Last time it was to Emory and Henry's right. This time it's to their left. They're just trying to see if the Eagles are going to squeeze it down. They're trying to open up the inside run by attacking the C gap.
Emory and Henry already up to 91 yards rushing today. This is a Wasp program that's second to last in the SAC in rushing yardage. Only 2 100-yard rushing performances for the Wasps as a team this season. They have gone at Carson-Newman on the ground here in the first quarter. 2nd and 6, Emory and Henry, left hash at the 37 of Carson-Newman. The give is straight ahead to Hill. He's wrapped up by Max Bryant and Frank Lee, and he gets 2 yards down to the 35-yard line. 3rd down, and a manageable 4 to go for the Wasps with 102 seconds to play in the first quarter, leading Carson-Newman 7-0.
Just testing that A gap that last time, and just a straight dive. That's similar to what they scored their last touchdown on.
3rd down, 4 to go for Emory and Henry. Mutter from the gun, turns to the sideline as he brings a man in motion. Emory and Henry 1 for 3 on 3rd down so far today. Twins to the short side left, 1 to the wide side right. Mutter takes the snap, play fake, throws, slant, left side, incomplete. Jalen Anderson went diving. He had the best shot at it. The intended target was Kashawn Cozy over the numbers left side on an out pattern, and it's 4th down and 4 to go for the Wasps.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of miscommunication between quarterback and wide receiver. I think one thought that he was going to work his way inside, and the other thought he was going to work his way outside, but it was to the Eagles' benefit definitely right there.
1:07 to play, first quarter, 7-0. Emory and Henry on top in the first meeting between these two programs in 47 years. Ball left hash, offense still on the field. Wasps need the Carson-Newman 31. Mutter from the gun, takes the snap, play fake, floats it, middle of the field, incomplete, intended for the backup tight end, Roman Ridley. It was batted away by Callum Clements, and the Eagles forced the turnover on downs.
Great play by Callum. I'll tell you what, he had that read. They wanted to go to the tight end. That was clear they were going to go to the tight end, and he just sniffed that out and was on him, and really that play didn't have a chance.
Well, it continues the trend of team's inability to score off of turnovers in games featuring the Eagles. You've gotten 25 turnovers now combined that Carson-Newman's given away and taken away. You've only seen points off of 4 of them all season long.
Defies logic.
It really does. It really does. Eagles go to the ground on the first play, and a give to Nelson up the middle is sniffed out and snowed under. Nelson brought to the turf for no gain by the, I struggle to call him reigning, but he is reigning, ODAC Defensive Player of the Year, Jay Swagheimer. 2nd and 10 for the Eagles from their own 35. Not like he can win it again, but certainly Swagheimer in the conversation.
Retired.
For the Mountain Division Defensive Player of the Year. 2nd and 10 for the Eagles, right hash at their own 35. Corbin from the gun takes the snap, play fake. Corbin pressured, throws, middle of the field, nearly intercepted as he chucked it into double coverage on a skinny post to Westfield. It bounced in and out of the hands of Can over the ampersand of the midfield logo as Corbin threw it back and behind Westfield and into double coverage. Eagles dodge a bullet, 3rd and 10.
Sure, I think he was a little locked on to that wide receiver into Westfield right there. Had a couple guys on the inside that were open.
23 seconds left first quarter. Eagles trailing 7-0. 3rd and 10 for Carson-Newman. Toward the right hash at their own 35. Corbin in the gun. King to his left. 4 wide, 2 each direction. Wide side to the left. Corbin rolls to the wide side. Throws complete to Westfield at the 45 for first down yardage. And Westfield muscles his way along the left sideline out of bounds where he gets an escort from Chindrick Can up at the 49-yard line. Needed 10, got 14. Eagles move the sticks.
That's where Braxton's so dangerous because you worry about him going deep, so they give you that little bit of extra cushion, and then he can stop and then catch it right there.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at their own 49. They can run one more play if they choose. They do not, and that is the final play of the opening frame. First 15 belongs to Emory and Henry. Wasps 7, Carson-Newman nothing. We return to Fred Self Stadium. Eagles have it near midfield when we come back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God, and that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
Start of the second quarter, Carson-Newman trails to Emory and Henry, 7-0, but the Eagles have it 1st and 10, left hash at their own 49-yard line. Corbin's in the gun, and he runs speed option to the right, keeps it, gets hit, and gets dropped for no gain at the line of scrimmage. Well read, well contained by Ivan Phillips, the league's leading tackler. 2nd and 10.
Encouraged by watching Carson-Newman line up in 2 back sets, I think it does give them a little bit of a problem. But, one of the things, it just took too long on the speed option in that last play.
Trips to the wide side left. Chalmers, Simpson, Nelson lined up in the slot. Waters to the short side right. 2nd and 10, Corbin takes. Play fake, he's back to pass. Pressured, chucks it, left sideline. Ball hangs, batted away, incomplete. Solid deflection from Addison Nicely down at the 30 along the left sideline on a wheel route from Tyree Nelson. 3rd down, 10 to go.
Great idea with the wheel right there. Now, the placement of the ball was not in the best spot because the defensive back was hanging. If they get it to him a little bit sooner right there, he's running for a long time because the defensive back was playing 20 yards downfield.
14:20 to play in the second quarter. 7-0. Emory and Henry on top. Eagles with 3rd and 10, right hash at their own 49. Corbin takes the snap. Emory and Henry rushes 7. Throws high. Right sideline, left sideline, incomplete to Corey Waters. Cannon coverage, but Waters was stationed on a stick route right at the sticks over the numbers left side at the 41. Corbin throws it near the sideline out of bounds down at the 35. Eagles forced to punt after 14 yards and 6 plays.
You want with the quarterback Corbin, one of the things you want him to do is be able to set his feet, and he really never got a chance to set his feet, and that's why that ball sailed on Waters a little bit right there because he never had the feet set to throw it.
Hara back to punt. Emory and Henry comes after it, but Hara gets it off. It's a wobbler that bounces at the 22. Good Carson-Newman roll inside the 5, and the Eagles will down it at the 1. Firm effort by the long snapper, Andrew Bradshaw, to pin the Wasps on the goal line. 14:03 to play in the second quarter. We're back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Don't know what to wear on game day? Head over to shopcneagles.com for all of your Carson-Newman athletics gear. You can find clothing from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour to cover you from head to toe. ShopCneagles.com also has duffel bags, backpacks, jewelry, pet supplies, and gifts. Don't waste any more time. Prove you are the ultimate Carson-Newman fan with the official gear of the Eagles at ShopCneagles.com. Visit today.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long. From the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
On 1st and 10 from the 1, the Wasps give up the middle to Overstreet, and he gets out of the shadow of the goal line with a yard gain before Goins wraps him up. Now 2nd and 9 for the Wasps, right hash at their own 2. Mutter out of the gun, takes the snap, hands off Overstreet right side, slips through a hole. He's across the 10. He's up across the 15, headed to the right sideline, and strung down by Jalen Anderson up at the 20. Wasps gash the Eagles for 18 yards and pick up the first down up to the 20-yard line.
Just hitting them in the C gap. That was he was their left halfback and then attacked the right side C gap. Just ran across and the Eagles were out of position again.
Get a hold called on Emory and Henry though, so erase that play. Half the distance to the goal, and that is a Tums moment for Kurt Newsom and company.
Yes. And, every defensive lineman is going to tell you that happens every play, and they're glad that the referee finally catches it. But for the Eagles, you have to be glad that they did catch it right there.
Well, they called the penalty way upfield near the end of the run. So you mark it back to the 6. So take a bit of the result of the play. And 2nd and roughly 5 for the Wasps at the right hash. Snap back. Keeper, Ja'Cory Long, read it, and wraps up Mutter trying the left side of the line. Ja'Cory Long slings him down. No gain at the 6. 3rd down and 5 to go.
Did a really good job of. They were trying to go back to that C gap again, trying to go across. It was a mirror of the play that they did, just the opposite direction. And Carson-Newman really did a great job of staying home and controlling the gaps.
12:30 to play, second quarter. Emory and Henry leading Carson-Newman 7-0. Wasps have it 3rd and 5, middle of the field at their own 6-yard line. Mutter from the gun, Overstreet to his left, takes the snap. Keeps it, hands off Overstreet right side. Overstreet stringing it out around the right tackle, gets into the boundary and stumbles his way across the 10 up to the 12-yard line over the numbers before Ja'Cory Long hits him at the knees and knocks him down. Needed 5, got 6. Wasps move the chains.
Same play that they got that the penalty was called on, just running across, starting them on the left side and getting them to the right side C gap.
Emory and Henry is up over 100 yards rushing as a team for just the third time this season. And it's happened in less than a quarter and a half. Wasps have almost exclusively operated on the grounds. You have to wonder how much Mutter versus Short plays into that. Here's a give right side for Emory and Henry, and the running back barrels his way, English, over the 20 up to the 22-yard line for another gash play, a 10-yard tote, and another first down.
What they're trying to do, Adam, is they're trying to put that they're running to the tight end side, which is on the right side, and they're just trying to outman the Eagles right there in that gap and trying to wash down with that tight end. The Eagles got to do a better job of playing container, and the linebackers got to come over top of that and read it better.
That was Carson-Newman's issue last week against Mars Hill, getting washed down. It happened frequently against the Lions. 1st and 10, Wasp, right hash at their own 23. Mutter from the gun takes the snap, will hand off English straight ahead, and he will not get away from Max Bryant and Jordan Wilson. Just a yard gain up to the 24-yard line. 2nd down and 9 to go.
The Eagles, except for the touchdown, have done a really good job of containing that A gap. It's that C gap and having that extra man on the perimeter sometimes that's giving them the problem on the run. But I think that's something that they can certainly look forward to seeing a lot of this game to be ready to stop.
That's really been feast or famine for the Wasps on the ground on 2nd and 9. They give us to English right side, and English will not bounce it outside. Jalen Anderson cuts him down in the alleyway over the numbers up at the 36 or the 26-yard line, pardon me. A 2-yard gain to bring up 3rd down and 7. 10 minutes to play second quarter. Emory and Henry leading 7-0. Emory and Henry has 4 rushes that have gobbled up 70 yards. The other 18 have gained 48.
And it's either feast or famine, as you've said. You know, one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to outman the Eagles. You got to be careful though for play action pass because they've been running, and now what are they going to do on 3rd down?
3rd down, 7 to go. Right hash at the Wasp zone 26. Mutter back to pass. He's pressured. Steps up. Scampers left. Now the Eagles' pressure will catch up to him, and Mutter is buckled to the surface over the left hashes up at the 31-yard line. Came pretty close, but could not get away from Jake Cottle, who stops him after a 5-yard gain. And after 8 plays, the Wasps at least flip field position.
Yes.
They were pinned at the 1.
Yes.
They get it out past the 30.
The Eagles did a really good job right there. They've done a great job with coverage all day. And, you know, one of the things that Emory and Henry wants to do is take advantage of that. And the quarterback running the ball is because there is nothing open.
So on to punt is Ethan Muncie. He'll roll right and punt right. Major Williams will retreat and field it at the 25. Looks to the left sideline and has a seam. Williams across the 45 and 50. Williams with blockers across the 40 and 30. And Williams spun around inside the 30. Down at the 25-yard line. A 50-yard punt return for Major Williams, the longest punt return of the season for Carson-Newman. No hankies, and the Eagles have it 1st and 10 at the Wasp 25. Got to score points on this drive, David Neves.
Have to. Great job by Major. Did a great job of just running straight down the field.
1st and 10, Carson-Newman. Left hash at the Wasp 25, trailing 7-0 with 8:37 to play in the second quarter. Pistol set for the Eagles. Nelson sidecar left of Corbin. Snap back and a handoff to Curtis on the dive. Curtis bounced his way into the line of scrimmage, tried to bounce it to the outside. He'll get forward progress back to the line of scrimmage, but it was well gummed up by Donovan Penix, an all-ODAC selection a year ago, and it's 2nd and 10.
Eagles got to get more movement up front. They've got to move that guy. If they're going to run that zone play, they've got to get movement because the running back, by the time he got to the line of scrimmage, there was no gap.
3 wide set, 2 to the wide side right, 1 to the short side left. Corbin in the gun with Curtis to his right. Corbin takes the snap, play fake to Curtis, throws into the flat right side, incomplete to Tyree Nelson at the 20. Defended by Crimes. And it's 3rd down and 10 to go for Carson-Newman.
got to get a place where Ivan can get his feet set to get it out to the running back. When you're throwing those outside throws, if your feet aren't set or if you're not running towards the target, it's hard to be very accurate, and that's one of the things he struggled with is the outside throw today.
Third down, 10 to go for Carson-Newman. Corbin has missed on his last 3 throws and 6 of his last 7. 3rd and 10 from the 25. Corbin drops back to pass, slings it to the right side. It is batted in the air and incomplete. Threw into double coverage to Braxton Westfield down at the 17. Would have been short of the sticks, but it was bobbled, batted, and nicely able to knock it loose. Eagles fortunate that one isn't a turnover, and after the long 50-yard punt return, no yards gained, and on comes a 42-yard field goal try from Christian Irwin.
Kind of felt like he was a little bit locked on right there. Certainly a good one to be locked on too, but locked on to the receiver a little bit there.
Irwin from 42 in the left hash. Puts it up, certainly has the distance, but Irwin pushes it wide to the left, and the Eagles unable to take advantage of Major Williams' 50-yard punt return. Emory and Henry maintains its lead 7-0 with 7:48 to play in the second quarter. We return to Emory, Virginia after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
Hey folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. 2 cheeseburgers, 2 medium fries, any 2 drinks of your choice. Tea, coffee, or soft drink. Just
whoa, cut! Gerald, wrong script.
I thought something sounded wrong. Here we go. Brand new Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike. Hey folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. This week, russet potatoes are on sale. Ground beef, just a pound. Thumping good watermelon.
Whoa, Gerald, wrong script.
Here we go. Ted Russell Nissan. Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all new and in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Back at Fred Self Stadium, Adam Cavalier, happy to have you alongside with David Needs. 7:48 to play in the second quarter. A reminder, Eagle fans, to check out Carson-Newman Athletics' official online store at shopseeandeagles.com. It features more than 1,100 products from T-shirts and polos to phone skins and pet collars. Shopseeandeagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. So if you know someone who wears exclusively button-down shirts no matter what the weather is, you can get that guy a button-down shirt at shopseeandeagles.com. Jet sweep run to the left side for Emory and Henry, and it is a quality gain to Cam Peoples in the boundary left side, up across the 30 and 40, all the way up to the 43-yard line, an 18-yard rush or pass. You never know how those are going to go down on the little tap, but a gash play for the Wasps, trying to add to a 7-0 lead. Eagles came up empty the previous possession, had the long 50-yard punt return for Major Williams, and gained 0 yards and pushed a 42-yard field goal wide to the left.
Eagles are struggling a little bit on defense with their containment, obviously, but having them trying to attack outside that. Now they sniffed it out there. And that being said,
no containment issues here. Jake Cottle, Frank Lee, Jalen Anderson into the backfield, and they overwhelm Grayson Overstreet back at the 40 for a loss of 3. 2nd and 13.
You know, Adam, we talked before the game about the front four being able to contain the linemen so that the linebackers can make tackles. When the Eagles have been successful in sniffing out the run, that's exactly what has happened. The defensive line has shut down the run, and linebackers are making tackles.
6:40 to play second quarter. Emory and Henry up 7-0. Wasps scored on the opening possession. We've had nothing since. Mutter, handoff straight ahead, Overstreet. He's met at the line and driven down by Long and Houston. Just a gain of 1 between the hashes up to the 41-yard line. 3rd down and 12 to go for a Wasp team that's 2 for 6 on 3rd down so far today.
You know, if you watch Overstreet, he kind of gives you a little bit of that John Riggins, Rathman kind of memory, just a power back that hits it quick.
Officials adjusting something. Did not get a good hurt here of what they did. Maybe play clock. No, the play clock's broken. All right, there you go. Well, that's the thing that we can learn in this setup. We've got the play clock operator right to the right of us, and you can hear a little bit what's going on. So there you have it. 3rd and 12 for the Wasps, middle of the field at their own 41. Mutter back to pass, pressured by Frank Lee. Frank Lee has him from behind, and Frank Lee drags him down up at the 44-yard line. No escape for the former Spartanburg Methodist basketball player. Lee contains him to a gain of 3, and the Eagles defense holds tight and forces a punt.
You know, in addition to being the track coach at Carson-Newman, I teach class and having Frank in class. Quality young man, and just the intensity that he brings is you can see it on plays like that.
Great basketball scoreboard operator, too. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
Muncie gets the punt away to Major Williams. He signals for fair catch and brings it in with his heels on the 16-yard line on the boundary left side. And that is where Carson-Newman takes over with 5:17 to go in the second quarter. We're back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Tri-Lite is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Lite. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilite.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
Eagles go to the ground on consecutive plays to Tyler Curtis. The first an 8-yard gash, the second a 1-yard plunge off right guard, and it's 3rd down and a yard for Carson-Newman from its own 25, trailing 7-0 with 4:25 to play in the second quarter. Double barrel shotgun for Ivan Corbin, takes the snap, gives Curtis left side. Curtis bursts through the line. He's got the first down, powers his way outside the left hashes, up to the 26-yard line. Ivan Phillips sticks his nose in there, as does Nehemiah Scott, but not before Tyler Curtis gobbles up 6 yards and gets a first down.
A lot of two-back looks. You've been doing the games all year, Adam, so you probably know maybe it's not the anomaly that I think that it is, but it's been a lot.
They mix and match. Corbin will throw on this possession, throw out to the flat left side. That's complete to Tyree Nelson, and he's forced out of bounds by Crimes up at the 38-yard line. Corbin finally hits a pass he'd missed on 7 of his last 8. It goes for 7 yards to bring up 2nd and 3.
The thing we talked about getting his feet set, he had a chance to do that right there and made a quick, easy throw out in the flat.
3:34 to play second quarter. Eagles trail 7-0 and do get the football to start the second half. Corbin from the gun. Takes the snap, play fake to Curtis. Drops, rolls right. Corbin looking, going to chuck it downfield. Coming back is Westfield. He catches it at the 40. A stiff arm, stays on his feet inside the 40, and brought down in the boundary right side, down at the 37-yard line. Scott and Can make the stop. But Braxton Westfield, on a schoolyard broken play, able to pick up the first down and 25 yards to move the chains.
Looked like a little bit like the immaculate reception with Franco Harris, just that quick, low pass that wasn't intended for him that he scooped.
1st and 10 Eagles. Right hash at the Wasps 37. Throw to Westfield, right sideline, incomplete. Reached up with his right hand, and that was it. Incomplete, out of bounds, down at the 18-yard line. A hanky on this play.
A lot of hand fighting on that play, too.
There's a lot of yellow on this field, yes. And I am struggling to find where the flag is.
We'll be against the Eagles as they're walking in the wrong direction for Eagles fans.
Jeff Jones coming over to chat with Kurt Newsom, and ineligible downfield. Brian Doe, the culprit there. And so back the Eagles up to the 42-yard line. Let's not forget Carson-Newman does get the football to start the second half. 2:48 to play, second quarter. 7-0, Emory and Henry the lead. First and 10, Carson-Newman right hash at the Wasp 42. Corbin takes a low snap, rolls left, throws left. That's complete to Simpson in the boundary left side down at the 35-yard line, and he's wrapped up and slung to the turf by Crimes down at the 34. Give him 8 yards to bring up 2nd and 7.
Taking advantage of a hash mark kind of over the edge safety, trying to cover an inside receiver and just give them about a 9-yard cushion and taking what they're being given.
Corbin from the gun on 2nd and 8. Gives straight ahead T.J. King. He's hit at the line of scrimmage, twists his body around, and falls forward for a yard down to the 33-yard line. Met by who else but Ivan Phillips. 3rd down and 6 to go. Carson-Newman 3 for 6 on 3rd downs, but the ground game has struggled to gain traction. 10 carries for 22 yards now for Carson-Newman, the league's leading rushing attack.
They got so many guys in the gap, Adam, that it's making it really tough to run inside.
Minute 45 to play first half. Eagles trail 7-0. 3rd and 6 for Carson-Newman. Corbin drops back to pass, throws into the flat, complete to Corey Waters along the left sideline, and Waters slips his defender and gets down to the 15-yard line. 18 yards through the air to Corey Waters, forced out by Scott along the left sideline. And the Eagles move the sticks through the air on 3rd down.
Ivan has been able to keep his feet set and been able to look at those receivers, those quick sit-down routes. And that's been the difference here in this drive as opposed to previous drives.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at the Wasp 15. Corbin out of the gun, takes the snap and gives to Nelson left side. Nelson has the seam. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. Nelson reaching for the end zone. He's there. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A man's run from Tyree Nelson, breaking tackles at the 10 and 5 and housing it from 15 yards out. Eagles a PAT away from tying it up with 89 seconds left in the first half.
Great job right there. That was a determined run. Like you said, a man's run right there. There was about 6 times he could have gone down, and he just kept powering forward.
Christian Irwin on for the point after attempt. Snap back, hold down from Hyatt, kick true.
Yep.
Tie game, 7-7. Minute 29 to play in the second quarter, and for the first time since week 1, Carson-Newman has scored a first-half touchdown on the road. So the Eagles knotted at 7 with a minute 29 to play in the first half. We're back to Emory, Virginia after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund, so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville.
Christian Irwin's kickoff is into the end zone for a touchback, and after Ivan Corbin had missed on 7 of 8 passes, he completes all 4 passing attempts on that drive and navigates the Eagles down the field on a 9-play, 84-yard possession, 3:48 off the clock, and Tyree Nelson bruises his way into the end zone for his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season to tie this one up at 7 apiece with a minute 29 to play in the second quarter. Emory and Henry gets the football back and can negate Carson-Newman's advantage of getting the football after halftime with a scoring drive on this possession.
Big series for the Eagles on defense here.
Mutter back to pass on 1st and 10. He's pressured, escapes it, rushes, middle of the field, hit from behind by Alexander, and pushes him forward between the hashes across the 35 up to the 39-yard line. A 14-yard gain. Mutter escapes and moves the sticks.
Eagles almost had him in the backfield. Trezell almost grabbed him and then just let him escape.
Mutter on 1st and 10, back to pass, throws complete, right side, has a man in Cozy. He's buckled by Houston, escapes, and Cozy first down yardage across midfield down to the Carson-Newman 48. A gain of 13, and the Wasps move the chains on back-to-back plays. Emory and Henry moving quickly. Give is straight ahead to Hill. The ball falls out, and Carson-Newman's Trezell Giardini-Weiss says it's Eagle football. No signal yet from this officiating crew.
Well, he was still moving forward, Adam. I don't know what they're going to call, but he was moving forward when that ball was stripped.
Absolutely. And Carson-Newman saying it has it. Officials talking. What is the call, Mr. Referee? They say runners down. Timeout, Emory and Henry. So a gain of 3 down to the 45. If he was down, I mean, he was straight up. Normally, it's when it's a fumble like that and I see it, he's not down.
Yeah, if the red challenge flag was able to be used right here, this is one that you'd want to go back to, because I think that they definitely missed a running back moving forward off the ground.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, they are your East Tennessee electrical contracting source. 46 seconds left in what has been a very quick first half of football. Emory and Henry struck first on the opening drive of the game, a 13-play, 79-yard march that took 6:36 off the clock and ended in a Grayson Overstreet 5-yard touchdown plunge. And then, tough sledding. Eagles fumble. Emory and Henry throws a pick. Eagles throw a pick. Emory and Henry turns it over on downs. Then punt, missed field goal, punt. Before the Eagles get on track with that 9-play, 84-yard drive that ends in Nelson's 15-yard score. 2nd and 7 for the Wasps. Middle of the field at the Eagle 45. Carson-Newman does get the football to start the second half. Mutter back to pass, throws over the right boundary, incomplete to his target. Kendall Williams with great coverage on Cozy. In the flat right side down at the 43. Williams dislodged it, 3rd and 7.
And Kendall was definitely a jacket on that play. He was keeping Cozy nice and warm right there because he was on him tight.
You had that one teed up? You've been waiting on that?
No, actually, it just came to me all of a sudden.
Those are the best ones. Those are the best ones. David Need's doing a great job filling in for Michael Watring. Always great to have the head track coach with us on air. First, there's 3rd and 7 for the Wasps from the Eagle 45, middle of the field. Mutter back to pass. He's pressured. He's hit by Trezell Giardini-Weiss, and the all-region discus performer drops him back at the 49. 15 career sacks for Trezell Giardini-Weiss. Mutter bound for the turf. Back at the 49. A loss of 4 on the play.
What you have to love about Trezell is just that he doesn't stop. That motor is always going, and he's a hard one to block because he doesn't stop.
Timeout for Carson-Newman with 25 seconds left. We'll step aside for a break as well. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
If you're looking for official Eagle merchandise, look no further than the Carson-Newman Bookstore. With a large selection of Carson-Newman gifts and apparel, you're sure to find something to please the entire family. From stuffed eagles to towel sets, sweatshirts, shorts, hats, and slippers, we literally have you covered from head to toe. We have just the item you're looking for no matter what the season. So whether you're an Eagle student, parent, alumni, or fan, shop us for everything orange and blue. Call 865-471-3539 for more information and store hours. We'll see you at the Carson-Newman Bookstore.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Muncie on the punt after Carson-Newman burns a timeout, and this will bounce at the 10 and roll into the end zone for a touchback with 16 seconds left. Major Williams nearly let it clip him at the goal line. A moment as an old coach David needs, I'm sure, where...
inside the 10, get away. There's nothing good that's going to happen inside the 10 unless they just aren't covering.
So 16 seconds left. Carson-Newman does get the football to start the second half, and let's see what Brock Pursley and Mike Clowney elect to do here. Go straight kneel down. I presume no if you're burning a timeout in that situation to force Emory and Henry to punt. Trips bunch to the left. Waters to the right. Corbin's in the gun with Nelson to his right. Corbin takes the snap.
It's a pass.
Verticals. Corbin airs it long to Westfield along the left sideline. Incomplete and deflected away by Can. Down at the 35-yard line. 9 seconds left. Try something again, David Neens, or do you let the sleeping dog lie?
I would let the sleeping dog lie because you're inside your own 20-yard. You're at your own 20-yard line. If you were at the 50, yeah, by all means. But you're not going to gain a field goal here.
All right, so one more Hail Mary for Carson-Newman, potentially two, I suppose, with 9 seconds left. Corbin takes and rolls left, throws to the flat, left side. That's complete to Zach Chalmers, his first career reception. And that is how the first half comes to a close. Well, the Eagles leave the timeouts in the pocket there. But, hey, you get Ivan Corbin another completion. Yes. He finishes the half completing 5 of his last 6 passes. And you get Zach Chalmers, a nice confidence-boosting reception, the first of his career on the 6-yard out route. Halftime at Fred Self Stadium, and we're no different from where we started 30 minutes ago. 7-7 ball game between Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry. David needs slow start, some ball insecurities for the Eagles, but recovered nicely.
Yes, you got. Well, first of all, you got to compliment the defense because the defense has played very well, giving up a couple little gash plays here or there, but for the most part, like you said earlier, I mean, a lot of the runs have been shut down runs, and at the end of the half there to close when it looked like Emory and Henry was moving the ball. But on offense, yes, the confidence of the last series, carrying that into the locker room has to make you feel good.
All right, halftime at Fred Self Stadium, where Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry are deadlocked at 7 apiece. When we return, send it back to Jefferson City. Andrew Rogers has the halftime report from the soccer press box when we come back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
How do you show your support for Carson-Newman? Head over to shopseeaneagles.com right now, where they have all of your needs covered. From clothing to outfitting your tailgate party, whether you're hunting, fishing, or on the golf course, shopseeaneagles.com is the place for you. All of your everyday essentials, from pens to phone chargers, are in one place. For the best gear in the business, visit shopseeaneagles.com today.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
Touchdown, Carson-Newman!
More great Carson-Newman memories are headed your way in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God, and that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
It's halftime on the Eagles Sports Network. Highlights, a check of the ShopCNEagles.com scoreboard, and stats are headed your way.
Straight ahead! Touchdown! Carson-Newman!
Now let's head back to the field. Here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
All right, back at the half here on the Eagles Sports Network, 7-7 the score. Emory and Henry scored the first touchdown. It was a good opening drive touchdown by the Wasp. An opening drive touchdown that went 79 yards on 13 plays. Took up 6.5 minutes to get the Wasp on the board.
3rd and goal from the 5 for the Wasp. Mutter from the gun. Takes the snap. Hands off. Overstreet straight ahead. Steps through the line and bursts into the end zone. Touchdown Wasps. Grayson Overstreet finds pay dirt for the 5th time this season. And the Wasps have a beating 13 with a 5-yard touchdown run. 6-0 Wasps, 8:70 to play in the first.
The two teams throughout the rest of that first quarter kind of gave the ball back to each other. The Eagles' opening drive resulted in a fumble. Emory and Henry on the other end threw it back to the Eagles. An interception for Carson-Newman gave the ball back to the Eagles. The Eagles gave it right back with an interception before Emory and Henry got the ball in Carson-Newman territory, but turned it over on downs. A 6-play, 33-yard drive that resulted in a turnover on downs. Allowed the Eagles to get the football back. After a couple of punts, Emory and Henry punted it away to Major Williams, who returned it 50 yards into Wasps territory, where the Eagles were unable to get any yardage on the 3 plays from scrimmage, and Christian Irwin missed a field goal, and the score was still 7-0. The Eagles got a punt on the following Emory and Henry drive before Carson-Newman finally put together its best drive of the half. A 9-play, 84-yard drive that spanned 3 minutes and 48 seconds to get the Eagles on the board.
Corbin out of the gun, takes the snap and gives to Nelson left side. Nelson has the seam. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. Nelson reaching for the end zone. He's there. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A man's run from Tyree Nelson, breaking tackles at the 10 and 5 and housing it from 15 yards out. Eagles a PAT away from tying it up with 89 seconds left in the first half.
And that was the only scoring from the first half. Each team with a touchdown in each of the quarters. Each scored the opening drive touchdown. Carson-Newman scored on one of its final drives of the first half to bring us to our 7-7 score here at the half. We'll take a break. It's a busy Saturday in the South Atlantic Conference. A lot of meaningful matchups as we get deeper and closer to wrapping up the college football season. So we'll take a look at the South Atlantic Conference scores going on and throughout the rest of the day, as well as some top 25 Division II scores when we return here on the Eagle Sports Network in the halftime show.
Decades ago, your local electric co-op was formed to make sure everyone who needed electricity had it. And as time went on, as our communities continued to grow, so did the need for electricity. We've made certain that need has been met. Today, we're still doing everything in our power to keep affordable, reliable electricity flowing. It was our purpose then, it's our purpose now, and that'll never change.
AEC, your local Touchdown Energy Cooperative.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up...
Never frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs
to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
A check of the ShopCNEagles.com sack scoreboard is next. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey, folks, Gerald Dessler with Ted Russell Nissan. Listen to me. Full details, just $79.
$79 for a full detail?
I ain't lying. Our detail shop will detail your car for just $79.
What about new vehicle inventory?
We got them. Altimas, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, even brand new Rogues, all in stock. And remember, you always get top dollar for your trade. Slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, it don't matter. Even wreck with a bad car. Carfax, just bring that sled to Ted right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston 5.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
The Eagle Sports Network is a part of SAC Live, the official digital network of the South Atlantic Conference. SAC Live is the home of all your South Atlantic Conference sports action, including 20 SAC championships. Time to get caught up with some SACtion. Here are the happenings around the South Atlantic Conference and the nation. Let's go around the league with a ShopCNEagles.com scoreboard update. Now back to the field.
Andrew Rogers back here on the halftime show. Hey, Eagle fans, check out Carson-Newman Athletics' official online store at ShopCNEagles.com. ShopCNEagles.com features more than over 1,000 products from T-shirts and polos to phone skins and pet collars. ShopCNEagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Around the SAC today, one score is already in the fourth quarter. Mars Hill on the road against UVA Wise. Mars Hill scored the first 10 points. A late first-half touchdown brought Wise within 3. It was 10-7 at the break. Trevon Newton with a 26-yard touchdown run. Mars Hill to go up 17-7. Wise answered with a field goal, and they enter the fourth quarter with Mars Hill ahead 17-10. So a close one there in the fourth quarter. Also at the half this afternoon, it's Wingate and Lenore-Rhine, a big one in the Piedmont Division. It's Wingate ahead of LR 17-7 at the break. A big-time matchup there, and Wingate's got the advantage through the first 30 minutes of football. Tusculum and Erskine are battling out in Greenville, and it's a tied game in the second quarter. Each team's got a touchdown in the first quarter as they're just underway into the second quarter there at Pioneer Field in Greenville, Tennessee. Catawba and Barton just kicked off. They started just a few moments ago. Barton has the football, and then the 4 o'clock game features Limestone and Newberry, two teams that are also battling for position in the Piedmont Division, so plenty of meaningful games on this October Saturday. Elsewhere in the Division II ranks, number 6 Shepherd has a 20-3 lead over Bloomsburg. That's a home game for Shepherd. Number 12 IUP is trailing Gannon at the break. It's 21-16. Number 25 New Haven and Assumption are just getting underway. New Haven on the road in that matchup. Notre Dame 7, Fairmont State 6. That's a second quarter score. Slippery Rock, number 13 in the country, leads Claren at the half. It's 14-0. And then Southern Connecticut tied up with American International. It's also a second quarter score. It is 7-7. At the half, Carson-Newman tied with Emory and Henry. It's 7-all as we take one more break here on the CNEagles.com halftime show. We come back, we'll run you through some first half stats and get you back out to the field for second half coverage. One more break, we'll come back with more here on the halftime show on the Eagles Sports Network.
Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God. And that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
Andrew Rogers back here on the ShopSeeingEagles.com halftime show on the Eagle Sports Network. Carson-Newman totals 146 yards of offense, 109 of that through the air. Most of the time it's the running attack moving the football for Carson-Newman. It was the passing attack in that first half led by Ivan Corbin to get the Eagles tied up with Emory and Henry. Corbin was 9 of 19 for 109 yards and 1 interception. Tyree Nelson was the team's leading rusher. He had 4 carries for 21 yards. He's also the team's leading wide receiver. He's got 3 grabs out of the backfield for 29 yards. Braxton Westfield has a couple catches for 39 yards. Corey Waters, Cade Meeks, Luke Simpson, and Zach Chalmers each have a grab for the Eagles as well. Reverse logic or reverse offense to this point for the Wasps, but they have 143 of their 185 yards on the ground in that first half to just 42 passing yards from Charles Mutter on 4 of 10 so far. Grayson Overstreet's the top rusher. He's got 71 yards on already 15 carries in that first half, averaging well over 4 yards per carry as the entire Emory and Henry backfield in that first half. Cam Peoples has a couple of catches to lead the way for E&H. Carson-Newman, 2 turnovers. Emory and Henry, 1 time of possession, won by Emory and Henry 1944 to Carson-Newman's 10-16 with the football. 11 first downs for Emory and Henry, 8 for Carson-Newman. Other Carson-Newman scores today. The men's and women's soccer team kick off their South Atlantic Conference postseason tournament at home this evening. It should work out perfectly for Eagle fans timing-wise because the women's game will start at 5 o'clock here from McCowan Field in Mossy Creek, and then the men's game starts at 7:30. So you can stay here and listen to Carson-Newman football the second half with Adam Cavalier and David Needs, and then catch us on Flow Sports. You can look at cneagles.com/flow for that link to watch the soccer matches later this evening. But back to Emory, Virginia. Adam Cavalier and David Needs take you through the second half of action. It should be a good one. Eagles and Wasps tied up at 7. Back to Emory, Virginia when we return here on the Eagle Sports Network.
Insurance, it's about people, not things. It's about security. It's about confidence. It's about relationships. It's about trust. It's about you. As a local independent agent, Bible Insurance Agency can design an insurance program that's just right for you and your family. Give the people you love safe, sound, secure protection from Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency, 423-586-4320, or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
Hey, folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. 2 cheeseburgers, 2 medium fries, any 2 drinks of your choice. Tea, coffee, or soft drink. Just...
Whoa, cut! Gerald, wrong script!
I thought something sounded wrong. Here we go. Brand new Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike. Hey, folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. This week, russet potatoes are on sale. Ground beef, just a pound. Thumbing good watermelon.
Whoa, Gerald, wrong script!
Here we go. Ted Russell Nissan. Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all new and in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
All right, back here at Fred Self Stadium, Adam Cavalier, David Needs. Just delighted that you've elected to join us here on the Eagle Sports Network as Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry are deadlocked 7 apiece at the halftime break. Mary Vandergriff, our spotter. Andrew Rogers, you just heard, our host, back in the soccer press box in Jefferson City. Andrew getting ready for the call tonight on the Eagle Sports Network for Carson-Newman soccer. Women's game at 5 against Wingate. Men's game at 7:30 against Limestone. Both of those contests are South Atlantic Conference quarterfinal matches. And of course, Dave Claybo running the show back inside of network control. Just delighted that you've joined us today. There are some of those wispy cirrostratus clouds that have formed their way into the atmosphere, very upper reaches of the atmosphere, but otherwise just a sensational day for football as temperatures have reached in the upper 60s and lower 70s here in Emory, Virginia. David Needs, your keys, second half, probably not a lot changing from that first half other than potentially, hey, contain that C gap a little bit if you're the Eagle defense.
Yeah, don't get washed down. Don't let them outman you on when they do play a tight end to hit you in C gap, whether that's to the play side or opposite side. So if you're playing gap responsibility, control that gap and just make sure that you cut those little gash plays out, and then you make Emory and Henry a little bit pedestrian in what they do.
I think offensively too, you want to see late second quarter Ivan Corbin versus first quarter, early second quarter Ivan Corbin. He missed on 7 of 8 passes there as Carson-Newman sputtered offensively through the middle portions of the second quarter, but found his footing and finishes 5 of 6 to head into the halftime break.
Yeah, one of the things that I really have liked from Coach Persley and the offensive staff is just being able to mix it up and just try a couple different things and try and move it, and then allow him to just let Ivan get settled into his game a little bit and just be in a position where he can make plays as he gets comfortable. And I think that's worked with the Eagles on the last drive, and let's just hope that continues to happen here for the rest of the game for the Eagles.
Carson-Newman does get the football to start the second half, and the Eagles will send Tyree Nelson and Caleb Keeter and Cade Meeks deep to receive this kick. Meeks and Keeter are at the 15-yard line outside the hashes in the boundary. Nelson has his heels on the right hash marks at the 1. As the E&H Wasps send Cameron Jones back to kick off. He has it set toward the left hashes and will boot it from right to left with his right leg. Drives a kick toward the end zone. Nelson fields it a yard deep and will bring it out. Nelson is cut down in the boundary right side as he crosses the 10. He whirly-gigged to the turf, knocked down by Casey Branch. And Nelson, just a 13-yard return, 1st and 10 for the Eagles from their own 13.
Yeah, when you receive that thing a yard deep, you probably want to take the 25 as opposed to trying to make something happen right there. There's just a little bit too much time to get down the field.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at their own 13-yard line. Meeks is bunched tight to the formation to the wide side left. Westfield bunched tight to the formation to the short side right. Corbin, double-barrel shotgun, takes the snap, play fake, rolls left, throws left. That's complete to Tyler Curtis on a screen. He steamrolls a couple of would-be tacklers and muscles his way out of bounds across the 20, up at the 21-yard line for an 8-yard gain. Scott drove him out, but Curtis making something out of nothing and beating two ball carriers, or two would-be tacklers, pardon me, to the left sideline.
Hey, Coach Weaver's got to be excited of using those backs from the backfield, getting them out in the passing game.
2nd and 2 for Carson-Newman after the 8-yard gain. Corbin takes play fake. Going to throw it long to Westfield along the right sideline. Westfield runs under it, gets his face mask tugged at the 45. No flag there, and brought down by Can inside Emory and Henry territory down at the 45. Well, there's a flag on the play back at the 40.
I don't know if they're going to call offensive or defensive interference. It was a good job of playing. I guess it's not.
Defensive pass interference and a completely missed face mask.
Yeah, and the flag came from center field, so certainly the referees on the sideline had the flag in the pocket that they could have thrown it. It was obvious.
Good enough for a 36-yard pitch and catch to Braxton Westfield. 1st and 10 Eagles from Emory and Henry territory. They give us a stretch play to the left side to Tyler Curtis, but Emory and Henry runs it down well. Scott, the third man there, and forces him down for a loss back at the 46-yard line. A loss of 3, 2nd and 13.
They tried to do a little bit of what Emory and Henry has done to the defense, but one of the things that didn't work right there was it was just parallel line of scrimmage. It was not attacking upfield, so the defenders could run parallel with the offensive guys.
13:56 to play, third quarter, 7-7 ball game between Carson-Newman and Emory and Henry.
I think they said the play clock is out again.
Yep. Dead as a doornail down to our right. 2nd and 13. Fake the counter. Going to throw long. Westfield, right sideline. Westfield beats his man. Hauls it in at the 10. Stumbles and strikes for 6. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Ivan Corbin, the old heave-ho to Braxton Westfield. 46 yards, and he has his 17th career receiving touchdown. Eagles lead 13-7, 13:42 to play in the third quarter.
Wow. I mean, just wow. The late Ken Sparks would have called that a touchy-feely throw right there. Just right over his outside shoulder, right in stride. Just perfect position with the ball. Could have caught it with one arm or caught it with two.
Beats Can to the ball and then beats him to the end zone. Irwin on for the PAT. It is true. And off the facing of the James H. Brooks Fieldhouse. Carson-Newman leads at 14-7, 13:42 to play in the third quarter. And we return to Emory and Henry's beautiful campus here on the Eagle Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund, so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
AM 620, WRJZ, Knoxville.
Christian Irwin sends this one 7 yards deep into the end zone, and Peoples takes a knee, and Emory and Henry will start out 1st and 10 from its own 25-yard line, trailing Carson-Newman 14-7, 13:42 to play in the third quarter. Braxton Westfield, a 46-yard touchdown catch, 17th of his career and his longest reception of the season, and he is up over 100 yards receiving on the day. $121 to be exact. First 100-yard receiving performance for Carson-Newman since that spring COVID season when J.J. Lewis had 5 catches for 100 yards at UVA Wise. Oddly enough, Carson-Newman's last road win that game. Eagles trying to break a 9-game road losing streak, 8th longest active skid in the country. Zone read option keeper for Mutter on the first play. Splits the hashes, picks up first down yardage across the 35, and is spun down by Major Williams up at the 40-yard line. 15 yards on the zone read keeper by the backup quarterback Charles Mutter, who has started today in place of Kyle Short. First significant action of the season for Mutter, who came into this game having thrown 20 passes all season long. He's 4 of 10 today and has done some work with his legs as well. 9 carries for 48 yards now. 1st and 10 Wasps from their own 40. Mutter will give straight ahead Overstreet this time. He's buckled at the kneecaps at the line of scrimmage by Alonzo Houston. A gain of 2, give him 3 up to the 43, 2nd and 7.
On the previous play before that last play, Vince Lombardi would have been proud because I think they pulled about everybody, including tight ends and tackles and everything else. But you can see that their answer to open up the run game is to include the quarterback in the runs.
I think if you were to tell everybody, hey, guess who's going to rush for more yards and guess who's going to pass for more yards in this game, everybody would say Eagles on the rush, right. Wasps on the pass, and this sucker has been flipped on its head.
It has been.
2nd and 7, Mutter will keep it, throw, middle of the field, batted away. Phenomenal breakup by Kendall Williams, knocking it away before it could get to Jalen Mitchell on a slant pattern down at the 40. 3rd down, 7 to go.
That was that Wake Forest long ride, read the quick slant play that Coach Slade has said that they were preparing for this week, and that's something that you have to because you got man coverage right there, and that corner has to play tight.
Phenomenal play by Kendall Williams to deflect it away. Eagles lead the sack and pass breakups this season, and that's why right there. 3rd and 7 for the Wasps, middle of the field at their own 43. Mutter out of the gun. Delayed handoff will give straight ahead to Overstreet, and Overstreet powers his way forward. Carson-Newman saying the ball came out and that they have it. But the officiating crew has blown the play dead. Gets him up to the 47-yard line before he runs into Jordan Wilson and company. Interesting call on 3rd and 7. Get 4 yards up the middle, 4th down, 3 to go, and on comes the punt unit.
Yeah, that was more of a true draw. It looked like a dive handoff, and when you're in the shotgun, everything looks like could be whatever, but that was more of a true draw because the lineman pass set and then turned downfield.
Ethan Muncie scoops up a low snap and punts it away. Good high-hanging wobbly kick. Major Williams lets it bounce at the 10, takes a Carson-Newman hop forward, and is downed up at the 13-yard line by Trevor Dowdell. And so the Wasps at least flip field, and a quality 40-yard punt from Ethan Muncie pins Carson-Newman inside its 20. 15th time that Muncie has pinned an opposing team inside their 20-yard line. InterDigital strives to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, mobile app, and film production services. InterDigital, they're laser-focused on your success. Right hash for the Eagles at their own 13, 1st and 10 with 3 wide into the game. Corbin takes the shotgun snap, play fake to Curtis, airs it long along the left sideline, intended for Chalmers off his outstretched left hand, and incomplete. Can was step for step with him. Chalmers would have needed a go-go gadget arm and a lot of stickum to bring that one in, but Corbin put it where only Chalmers had a chance at it, 2nd and 10.
Right. You want the outside receiver to not lose ground and just protect himself with his inside arm. And he did that. It was a little bit too far.
2nd down, 10 to go for the Eagles. Corbin will give Curtis straight ahead. Curtis bruising his way forward. Hard yards over the right hashes up to the 19-yard line before he's wrapped up by Phillips and Logan Tomlinson. A gain of 6 to bring up 3rd and 4. Eagles 4 for 7 on 3rd downs today. They lead at 14-7 with 11:05 to play in the 3rd quarter. 2 wide set. Meeks to the short side right. Waters to the wide side left. Corbin in the gun. Takes the snap and gives Curtis right side. Curtis picking his way forward. Not a lot of room for him. Just a couple yards over the right hashes up to the 21, and Emory and Henry's defense does the job. First time either side has gone 3 and out today. And the Eagles will be forced to punt after the 2-yard rush brings up 4th and 2.
Yeah, you know, Adam, you really, really thought that maybe something outside because of the way they had the box stacked right there. Certainly on offense, they felt like that maybe the A gap or B gap was there. But Emory and Henry is putting everybody on the box and playing man coverage on the outside, so you really got to take your shots downfield and keep doing that like they have done.
Hare to punt. Emory and Henry comes after it. Hare gets it off. It is a high-hanging kick that dies in the sky and will bounce forward from the 45 up to the 49-yard line and be downed by Trey Abner at the 49. Great starting field position for the Wasps when we come back to Emory, Virginia after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
I get my power from my co-op so I can put my energy into my family.
Into waking up the neighborhood. Latte for Christine.
I get my power from the co-op so I can put my energy into planting seed for a brighter future.
Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, power to your community, for your community, so your energy can go into the things that matter most to you.
My 69 Camaro.
Who powers you?
AEC, the right call for your energy needs. Let us help you score success.
Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles.
.10:07 to play third quarter. Carson-Newman has grabbed a 14-7 lead over Emory and Henry. Eagles did so with a 46-yard pitch and catch to Braxton Westfield to break a 7-7 tie. But since then, Emory and Henry has won the field position battle. Punted, pinned the Eagles deep. Cian goes 3 and out, and now the Wasps take over 1st and 10. Right hash at the Eagle 49-yard line. Mutter is in the gun with Hill to his left. Too wide to the wide side left. Snap back, give it to Hill right side, picks his way off guard. Nothing there. Eagles stack him up and send him back. Jake Cottle with the stop. Cottle, a shove after the whistles blow. Emory and Henry crowd wanted a flag, and I do not see one, so no gain.
That got away with one.
Definitely.
Late, once the whistle blows, there's nothing positive that happens after the whistle blows. No contact. You're not establishing who you are or being superior after the whistle blows.
All right, that's 2 Ken Sparksisms.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's keep the counter going.
That's right.
You actually give him a yard down to the 48, 2nd and 9. Mutter from the gun, takes the snap, rides it, and keeps it. Mutter splits the hashes. Alonzo Houston hits him outside the midfield logo and brings him down at the 42-yard line. Gain of 6 for Mutter, who's had success on the ground. 10 carries and up over 50 yards rushing now for the backup quarterback who gets his first start of the season. Brings up 3rd down and a manageable 3 for the Wasps. Might be 4-down territory. They need the Eagle 39, trailing 14-7 with 8:55 to play in the third. Mutter from the gun. Claps his hands, now turns to the sideline. Gets in an adjustment. He has Hill to his left. 2 wide receivers. Ford and Peoples split to the wide side left. A single man to the short side right. That's Mitchell. Snap back. Mutter keeps. Bounces off a blocker. Kicks it to the left side. Races along the left hashes. And Callum Clements spins him down after 1st down yardage inside the 35. Down at the 32. 10 yards for Mutter on the zone read keep. Nearly gummed up, had to kick it out after it became a broken play.
Had him trapped in the backfield. Had a chance to shut that play down and make them force into a 4th down decision, and just couldn't finish the tackle right there in the backfield, and he was able to bounce it outside.
8:10 to play, third quarter, 14-7. Carson-Newman leading Emory and Henry on the road. 3 wide set for the Wasps with this 1st and 10 play. Left hash at the Eagle 32. 2 to the right, 1 to the short side left. Mutter out of the gun, takes the snap, gives right side Hill. Nobody there. He's off right tackle. Good gain across the 30 and buried by Goins in the boundary right side down at the 26. 6 yards on first down, 2nd and 4.
Got to keep that outside pad free. That's football defensive basics 101. You got to. If you're playing contain, you got to keep that pad free. And too often right now, the Eagles are getting squeezed down and then allowing the play to bounce outside.
7:30 to play, third quarter. 14-7. Carson-Newman leading. Tamaje Penn is into the game for the first time. He wasn't scheduled to dress out today for Emory and Henry. He's split to the short side right. The give, though, is up the middle to Hill. Hill sticks his head down and gallops over the right hashes before Jake Cottle strings him out down at the 22-yard line. Give him 4 yards to move the chains. First down, Wasps. 1st and 10 with the 6th play of the drive coming up at the Carson-Newman 22. Trying to tie this one up in a 14-7 game with 6:57 to play in the third.
Got to see the Eagles step right here. This is that, hey, we can force them into a field goal or a longer attempt at the field goal, or we can put ourselves in an uncomfortable position. Got to stop them 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line, 22-yard line.
Penn split to the short side right. Snap back to Mutter. Back to pass. Throws back shoulder. Penn right sideline. Jalen Anderson steps in front of it and deflects it away along the right side of the end zone. Go back shoulder to Penn along the right side, but Anderson had it defensed well. Might have got lucky. Never turned his head, but he was armed skyward as he was running, and the ball hit off of his back for an odd little pass breakup. 2nd and 10.
One of the things that you have to praise the corners today for the Eagles. They have been playing man coverage on the outside and have been locked on pretty good. They're not giving up plays. They're not giving up the fades and the quick hitches and the slants because they're playing great coverage today.
Refreshing to see after last week at Mars Hill. Snap back to Mutter. Zone read keeper, left side. He spins around inside the 20, and Caleb Goins grabs him around the waist and wriggles him down to the ground at the 19-yard line. A 3-yard gain to bring up 3rd and 7. 6:18 to play, third quarter. 14-7. Carson-Newman leads Emory and Henry. Eagles scored late in the second, scored on their first drive to start the third, and have 14 unanswered over the Wasps after Emory and Henry lit the lamp first on their opening drive of the game. Wasps inside the red zone with 3rd and 7 from the 19. A team has only failed to score on Carson-Newman inside the 20 once this year. Can the Eagles stiffen here?
Well, a turnover sure would be nice.
Play fake for Mutter. He's back to pass. Mutter steps up in the pocket. He's going to run. Mutter hit at the 15, knocked forward down to the 13. He is close to first down yardage. They say 4th down. Mutter knocked down between the hashes by Kendall Williams. A gain of 6, 4th and 1.
Had him close in the backfield. Could it get the sack right there? This is definitely a field goal situation, but, it's just about containing him again. Obviously, the quarterback is going to look to run the ball.
Emory and Henry has the offense on the field. And under center for the first time. Try to draw him off. No, we got a whistle. We got a timeout. Emory and Henry burns the first of its 3. And so 4th down, 1 to go. Wasps trailing 14-7. And let's see what Kurt Newsom and company draw up here for E&H. Tri-Lite is your home team internet provider. It provides Jefferson City with ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband. Let them serve you. Visit trilite.net. David Needs, no question about it. He thinks big with gig. That's trilite.net. Adam Cavalier, David Needs, we're glad to have you. Mary Vandergrift's our spotter. Dave Claybo, our producer, back inside the studios. And Andrew Rogers, our halftime and post-game host, pulling triple duty today, really quadruple duty. He's manning our social media channels. He's got the hosting duties. And later tonight, you can join him for Carson-Newman soccer in the quarterfinals of the SAC tournament. Women play at 5 against Wingate. Men at 7:30 against the Limestone Saints. So lock it in on the ESN all day long for some Carson-Newman sports action. Those games will be presented via Flow Sports with soccer tonight. Of course, you got us here terrestrially over the radio airwaves and online at cneagles.com/live. 4th and a yard for the Wasps. They need the Eagle 12. It's on the 13. Mutter is out of the gun with Hill to his right. Mutter takes, gives straight ahead. Hill slithers through a seam, and Hill hits the deck. Carson-Newman thinks they have stopped him. Waiting on this officiating crew for the signal. Eagle football.
All right.
Carson-Newman turns back Hill and gets a turnover on downs inside the 20. Just the second time this year a team has failed to score on Carson-Newman inside the red zone. Eagles defense stiffens when called upon. 1st and 10, Carson-Newman from the 13-yard line.
It went from the pre-timeout under center to shotgun afterwards, and it probably lost a little bit trying to get back to the line of scrimmage right there.
1st and 10, Carson-Newman, middle of the field at its own 13. Corbin's out of the gun with Curtis to his right. Corbin takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Curtis throws into the flat left side. That's complete to Nelson. He keeps his feet and stumbles forward, running a circuitous route up to the 25-yard line along the left hashes. Bumped by the Wasps' Crimies, and Nelson, just a phenomenal job keeping his feet to get 12 yards and a first down.
Tyree has been attacking that flat. They've been getting it to him in the flat.
Handoff on this play goes straight ahead to TC Curtis, and nothing doing for him. Tyler Curtis, no gain back to the 25. Donovan Penix was the first guy there and stops him at the 25 to bring up 2nd and 10. 4:27, rolling clock, third quarter. 14-7, Carson-Newman leading Emory and Henry.
When Carson-Newman pulled that ball right there, and they went through and they did that, one of the things that they struggled with right there is that lineman pulling through the gap and just playing with a high pad level.
Corbin from the gun. Takes the snap, will hand off Nelson, picks his way forward. Nelson, a shifty move across the 30. Jitterbug left, jitterbug right, and gets up to the 32-yard line for a quality 7-yard gain before he's hemmed in between the hashes by Josh McCray. A gain of 7 to bring up 3rd and a manageable 3. Carson-Newman, 4 for 8 on 3rd down so far today.
That was a great recovery play right there to hit a quick gash and be able to move the ball.
3rd down, 3 to go for the Eagles. Corbin barks out a signal, takes the snap, keeps it himself after the fake. Corbin has the first down, a stiff arm to the 40. Corbin juke moved left to the sideline, and then he's knocked out of bounds by Payne up at the 44-yard line. 12 yards for Ivan Corbin on the option keeper, and a first down for the Eagles.
Well, you like that. I don't know if it was called by Ivan or Ivan just read that, but that was a great read, if it was, to get it outside and just take advantage of that safety playing on the hash and coming downfield to play.
Corbin on 1st and 10 will give Nelson left side. Nelson stepping over bodies in the boundary left side. He's across midfield and brought down down at the Emory and Henry 48-yard line. Give him 8 yards to bring up 2nd and 2, and the Eagles have a player shaken up, and I believe it is Nelson.
That hurts right there a little bit, Adam. Well, it certainly hurts a lot with the injury, but one of the things that the Eagles have been doing, especially with Tyree, is gashing for 8-yard runs here in the last couple plays and just moving, because Tyree, what he's doing is he's getting north and south and not delaying. He's not waiting to pick a hole. He's just moving the ball up and down the field.
One note, too, that we haven't seen since he scored the touchdown. Braxton Westfield hasn't been on the field, and we're without a sideline reporter today.
Right.
But that is an inauspicious absence for Carson-Newman. So something to keep an eye on as well there. Sure. Nelson's helped off the turf, and a good sign. He's walking off the field under his own power. It landed weird.
It did land weird.
Was kind of caught between a couple bodies as he was heading to the turf. Regardless, it's 2nd and 2 for the Eagles with 2:55 to play in the third quarter, leading the Wasps 14-7.
One of the things the offensive coaches did say is that, as you get later in the season, you get those little banged up injuries, and I know that Braxton has been battling an injury here or there, and all these guys have been, and playing tough right now for sure.
2nd and 2 for Carson-Newman. Curtis and King split to either side of Corbin. Gives King left side. King caught in the backfield. He loses yardage back to midfield. King slammed by Ivan Phillips. A loss of 2, 3rd and 5.
just they read that right there. It was long from the backfield. Linebackers are doing a good job from Emory and Henry of just reading the play and getting there before the Eagles get to the line of scrimmage. They're reading those keys, and they're coming up right off of those keys.
3rd down, 4 to go for Carson-Newman. Ball left hash at midfield. Corbin out of the gun. Takes the shotgun snap. Play fake, throws left sideline, complete to Luke Simpson. Stays on his feet, no, marked out of bounds. After first down yardage, down at the Emory and Henry 42. Simpson runs the out, gets underneath of Nehemiah Scott, and gobbles up 8 yards to move the sticks to pick up the first down.
Just taking what's being given to him. Coach Pursley's doing a good job of just getting that ball and getting it out there in the flat and letting the quarterback be comfortable.
Left hash, Wasp 42. Corbin from the gun on 1st and 10. Takes the snap, fakes the counter, throws the slant, incomplete to Chalmers. Down at the 37-yard line, Can deflected it out of his hands. 2nd down, 10 to go.
Was a little bit dangerous right there. Defender almost had a chance after the deflection off the body. Got to catch that ball with your hands and not let it come into your body, because your body is a great place for it to bounce off of.
2nd down, 10 to go for the Eagles. Left hash at the Wasp 42. Curtis and King, the backs, pistol formation. Curtis side, Carr left, King behind Corbin. Wide out each way. Corbin fakes the dive, keeps it himself, runs the option left, and gets in the boundary left side across the 40, down to the 39, before he's brought down around the waist by the drag of T.J. Payne. Gain of
about 3 or 4.
Yeah, call it 3 down to the 39.
Did a great job with the option. Just one of the key things for the quarterback is just be patient. If it's not there, keep it. Get 3 or 4 and put yourself in a good position for the next play.
Eagles are 6 of 10 on 3rd downs today. 2 for 2 on this drive. They give Curtis left side. Curtis bursts across the 35, angling to the left sideline, and forced out of bounds before he got there by Phillips. Down at the 33-yard line. Got 6.
Needed 7.
And probably 4 down territory, if we're being honest at this point. 4th and a yard for Carson-Newman. Actually, they spot it down at the 34 now. So just a gain of 5. 4th and 2 for Carson-Newman. Double-barrel pistol for Corbin. Hard count, doesn't get movement. Now turns to the sideline. Corbin approaches the line to get the call in. 2 tight end look for the Eagles left. 4th and 2. Corbin takes. Designed run for Corbin. He's got the first down, splits the hashes across the 30, heads to the right hashes, and is brought down at the 25-yard line by, surprise, Phillips and Can. 4th and 2, Eagles go to the design run for Corbin and pick up 9.
Yeah, just a quarterback lead right there. 2 backs leading for him. Great call. Took advantage of them trying to come through the A-gap and just get there.
And that is the final play of the 3rd quarter. Eagles lead it 14-7 after 45. They got it 1st and 10 at the Wasp 25. When we return after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency at 423-586-4320 or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown, serving the Lakeway area's insurance needs since 1931.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long, from the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Carson-Newman on the move with the 12th play of a drive that started back at its own 13. 1st and 10 right hash at the Wasp. 25 to start the 4th quarter. Corbin is freelancing. Busted play, and Corbin makes something out of nothing. And he gets along the right hashes down to the 24-yard line for a gain of 1. Hemmed in by Logan Tomlinson.
Definitely a miscue between Ivan and the running backs, because was anticipating a dive and there was no dive back because he was making himself a pitch back. So that was definitely a busted play for sure.
Chalmers out to the wide side left with Nelson and Simpson to the short side right. Corbin from the gun, 2nd and 9, right hash at the Wasp 24. Play fake, Corbin back to pass, steps up in the pocket, evades one man, won't evade the second. Cut right and got undercut and gets sacked by Chad Pouncey back at the 26-yard line. A loss of 2, and it's 3rd and 11. Well, the Eagles have been real good on third down so far this drive. They've converted on 3 of them. But 3rd and 11 from the Wasp, 26 a little bit more difficult. Trying to add to a 14-7 lead with 13:52 to play in the fourth quarter.
Would like to see some kind of screen here or draw, because they bring in everybody, but
3rd and 11. Corbin takes the shotgun snap. Rolls left, throws left to Chalmers. Through his hands, incomplete along the left sideline down at the 15. Can was in coverage. Chalmers had a shot at it. Corbin put it where only he could get it. But Chalmers reached up, and it goes through his palms down at the 15. 4th down, 12 to go. And on comes Christian Irwin for a 43-yard try from the right hashes. There's no wind. And he'll kick it from right to left for a chance to make it a 2-score game with 13:34 to play in the fourth. Missed from 42 earlier today, wide left. Bradshaw snaps. The hold, good. The kick on the way, and the kick is no good to the left. So Irwin pushes it wide to the left, and after 15 plays and a long drive, the Eagles come up empty. Still leading 14-7 with 13:28 to play in the fourth quarter.
While that drive was not what you want as far as points, what that was an encouraging drive. You move the ball, you move it around. Like you said, Braxton wasn't in there, and so you're going to different weapons and just slowly picking that ball down the field and chewing up that clock.
That was a 7-minute possession for Carson-Newman. Emory and Henry gets it back, 13:28 to play, trailing 14-7. Wasps have it 1st and 10, left hash at their own 26. 3 wide set for Emory and Henry. Mutter in the gun with Overstreet to his right. Mutter, keeper, left side. Frank Lee, there, down for a loss. Frank Lee, top 5 in the sack and tackles for loss, adds a 10th to his tally this season. A loss of 3, back to the 23. 2nd down and 13 to go.
Well, they tried to pull everybody right there on the left side, and Frank just chased it down as they left and was able to get to the quarterback before he could get back to the line of scrimmage.
13-minute mark, fourth quarter, 14-7, Eagles on top of the Wasps. Emory and Henry, 2nd and 13, middle of the field at their own 23. Mutter from the gun, takes the snap, play fake, keeps it. Mutter back to pass, steps up, and he will not get away from Ja'Cory Long and Jake Cottle. Does get positive yardage in the boundary right side up to the 25-yard line. A 2-yard gain, but it's 3rd and 11. And Emory and Henry is 3 for 11 on third downs today.
Not to be Captain Obvious right here, but 3rd and 11 is one of those situations if you're the Eagle defense. Got to get off the field and get the ball back in your offensive hands and let them chew up some clock.
Carson-Newman has forced multiple 3-and-outs defensively every game this season. They have not forced one here today against the Wasps. Does Carson-Newman have a solid fourth quarter defensive stand here? It's 3rd and 11 from the right hash for the Wasps at their own 25. Mutter takes the shotgun snap, pressured up the middle. Mutter steps up, throws middle. That is complete for 1st down yardage to Cozy between the hashes, and he rambles across the 40 up to the 41 before Jalen Anderson wraps him up. Tayshawn Cozy, his 26th catch of the season and his first of the day, moves the sticks with a gain of 16.
Had a couple of chances to put hands on him. Certainly thought that maybe would get the sack right there. Quarterback did a good job of stepping up into the pocket and found the open crossing receiver.
1st and 10, Wasps, middle of the field at their own 41-yard line. 3 wide set. with Ford and Cozy split to the left, Smith to the right. Ball equidistant between the hashes. Snap back and a handoff Overstreet left side. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Grayson Overstreet. Frank Lee, Justin Triplett, Caleb Goins, all there, just a yard up to the 42. 2nd down and 9 to go.
Don't know if that was a busted play or a miscue because it looked like the running back took a little counter step and then went the other direction. Looked kind of like there was a little bit of a misunderstanding between quarterback and running back right there.
10:50 to play 4th quarter. Carson-Newman the lead, 14-7 over Emory and Henry. Wasps have it 2nd and 9, middle of the field at their own 42-yard line. Mutter from the gun, Overstreet to his right. Takes the shotgun snap, will throw the screen, left side, complete to Peoples, makes one man miss in the backfield, and gets ushered out of bounds along the left sideline by Major Williams up at the 49-yard line. Give him 7 yards, and it's 3rd down and 2 to go for the Wasps.
Just that quick screen, threw it out there, and did a great job of playing it. Just needs to make that tackle, fight through that block, and make that tackle when you have a chance to put your hands on them.
3rd down, 2 to go for the Wasps. Left hash at the Emory and Henry 49. Mutter out of the gun. Claps, now turns. Ford out to the short side left. Peoples and Mitchell to the wide side right. Overstreet off of Mutter's left hip. Eagles blitz up the middle. Handoff Overstreet. The blitz disrupts it. Alonzo Houston is there. And it's a loss of 1 back to the 48. Houston timed the snap count perfectly. Shades of Troy Polamalu back there for Alonzo Houston. 4th down, 3 to go.
Just a great call. What a great call by Coach Slate. Has not shown that all game and just timed it perfect, because if they had seen it coming, they would have certainly checked out of that play, and it was just got it right before the snap and was able to disrupt it in the backfield.
All right, Muncie back to punt. Major Williams is at the right hashes at the 14. 4th and 3. Muncie receives it and gets off an end-over-end kick that Williams will field at the 10. Williams has a seam. He's across the 20 and 25 to the 30 and 40. Williams with the punter to beat, but he won't beat the punter. Knocked out of bounds in Wasp territory down at the 41-yard line. Major Williams making magic happen with his legs again in the punt return. 49 yards. Eagles have it 1st and 10 at the Wasp 41. 9:05 to play in the 4th quarter, leading 14-7.
One of the greatest things that a punt returner can do is instead of dancing after he catches it, is just going north and south. And that's what Major has done twice today and has created great field position by doing that.
They spot the ball actually at the 44, so a 46-yard return. And now the umpire hovering over the football. And now we're ready for play. 1st and 10 Eagles. Left hash at the Wasp 44. Corbin takes, rolls right, has a man open, chucks it along the right sideline, fingertips incomplete to Zach Chalmers, defended well by Can along that right sideline. Down at the 15-yard line. Chalmers was running open. Corbin didn't exactly set. Threw, moving on his back foot, and airmailed it a little bit.
Got the hanky on the field. Not sure exactly what it is, but probably not good for the Eagles.
Carson-Newman is retreating. 8:58 to play in the 4th quarter. Eagles leading 14-7. Looks to be of the 5-yard variety, at least with how Carson-Newman has retreated. That's the 2nd time today the Eagles have been called for an ineligible man downfield. Brian Doe, the first culprit, Mike Pepin, the second. And back Carson-Newman up to the 49-yard line for 1st and 15. 8:58 to play, 4th quarter, 14-7. Carson-Newman leading Emory and Henry, trying to snap a 9-game road losing streak. Corbin from the gun. Takes the shotgun snap, speed option right, pitches right, Curtis. Curtis looking for the edge, gets a smidge of it, and gets knocked out by Nehemiah Scott along the right sideline down at the 47-yard line. Just a gain of 2.
Got a little bit of it back at him. One of the things you want on the speed option is you got to get downhill, though. When you run parallel on the speed option, you allow the defenders to catch up. And the Eagles right there ran parallel, just what could have been a 5-yard gain, 7-yard gain, ended up being a 2-yard gain.
2nd and 13 for Carson-Newman. Right hash at the Wasp, 47-yard line. Waters split to the short side right. Meeks and Washington to the wide side left. Corbin out of the gun, takes the snap. Will give Nelson right side, picks his way forward and runs into Penix down at the 45-yard line in the boundary right side. Just 2 yards. 3rd down and 11 to go for Carson-Newman. Trying to take advantage of Major Williams' long punt return. 8:02 to play 4th quarter. Eagles leading 14-7.
Got to move the ball. Got to put yourself in a position right here where you can keep the clock running. With it under 8 minutes, a first down right here is good for about 2 or 3 more minutes of taking time off the clock.
5 wide set. Waters to the short side right. Washington, Simpson, and Meeks to the wide side left. 3rd and 11, right hash at the Wasp 45. Nelson to the right of Corbin in the gun. Corbin takes it the waist, 3-step drop. Pressured, steps up. Corbin evades it, makes one man miss. Slips a tackle at the 40, but he won't wrench his way free past that. Down at the 38-yard line, over the numbers right side. And at long last caught by Donovan Penix. 4th down and 4 to go after the 7-yard run down to the 38. 7:17 to play 4th quarter. Eagles leading by a touchdown. Decision time for Mike Clowney. Do you go for it on 4th and intermediate, or do you try to pin the Wasps inside their 10-yard line with a punt?
Not sure why the clock is stopped.
That's why. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Emory and Henry. And Kurt Newsom. If there's a play to make you go gray, it's that. You had him stopped 4th and 3 and give up 15 yards down to the 23-yard line.
Well, you know, one of the great things that Ivan did on that play is that when he ran it, he stayed between the tackles and running. A lot of times quarterbacks will get outside the pocket trying to make things happen. And when you decide to run it. And he did that, and that's why he got 8 yards.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at the Wasp 23. Corbin in the gun, Curtis to his left. Fake the counter, throw it, right sideline, jump ball, it's caught. Did he get his feet down? Yes. He did! Touchdown, Carson-Newman! Cade Meeks seizes it along the right side of the end zone. He's got his first career touchdown grab, and it puts the Eagles up 2 scores, 20-7, with 6:59 to play in the 4th quarter. 23 yards to Cade Meeks.
What a great throw and catch. The one thing that would make a quarterback coach happy and a wide receiver coach happy is throwing that ball where only the wide receiver can catch it and be in a position where it can be caught by only that person with the outside arm. And that's what's happened twice for the Eagles in the second half.
How about Ivan Corbin? 15 of 28 for 242 and 2 touchdowns. PAT good. Eagles up by 2 scores. 21-7 with 6:59 to play in the 4th quarter. We're back to Self Stadium after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God. And that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville.
Christian Irwin kicks off following the Meeks touchdown and pokes it to the back line of the end zone for a touchback. Emory and Henry will take over 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line. How about Ivan Corbin? He started today 4 of 13 through the air, and since then he has converted on 11 of his last 15 passes. 242 yards for Ivan Corbin. Becomes Carson-Newman's first 200-yard passer since Trey Mitchell in that spring COVID game back on March 13th at UVA-Wise when Mitchell passed for 282 yards. So the Eagles have got it done through the air. 336 yards of total offense, 242 out of the passing game. And Corbin with 15 completions. This is a byproduct of running the Veer for years, but that is a top 15 total for a single game in school history. Eagles were offsides on the kick, so Emory and Henry starts out 1st and 10 at the 30, trailing by 2 touchdowns. Mutter is back to pass. He throws in the flat left side, complete to Ford. There's a flag on the play. Ford ushered out of bounds by Jake Cottle up at the 36-yard line, but we'll let Jeff Jones and this officiating crew sort things out. It was thrown at such an odd time and such an odd position.
I don't know if it's face masking or...
I mean, the ball was in the air when the flag came out. And there was if it's holding, it's not on the intended receiver. Or the receiver. Yeah, defensive holding. So Kendall Williams gets called for that, and the Wasps will take the automatic first down up to the 40-yard line.
One of the things you want to see from the defense right here is that when the offense makes a good play and has a good series, now you feed off it with the defense. That's what winning teams do. That's what good teams do, is they build off of each other, and you have that excitement coming back to the sideline. Let's see if the Eagles can do that here.
1st and 10 Wasps toward the right hash at their own 40-yard line. Mutter out of the gun, takes the snap, steps up in the pocket, sprints left, throws on the run. That is to Ford, and he catches it in Carson-Newman territory and steps out of bounds in front of Callum Clements down at the 43-yard line. 17 yards through the air and a first down for the Wasps.
Just was able to go to that second level with a wide receiver, gave him enough time, stepped up in the pocket, and that's one of the things that Mutter has done a good job of for the Wasps is stepping up and giving his receivers a little bit more time to get open.
21-7, Carson-Newman leading, 6:10 to play in the fourth quarter. Wasps on the move with 1st and 10, left hash at the Eagle 43. Carson-Newman blitzes up the middle. Overstreet makes the blitzer miss, bounces it to the left side, and then gets walloped from behind by Frank Lee in the boundary left down at the 38-yard line. 5 yards, and Overstreet got smashed by Lee. Got blindside hit.
Got smashed forward, though.
Yeah.
And that's probably gave him another yard or two just because, but you got to love that. You love the impact of that hit.
2nd and 5, left hash at the Eagle 38. Throw, left side, complete to Ford on a stick route. He's got first down yardage down to the 33-yard line before he's grabbed and dragged down by Alonzo Houston and Jackson Ward along the left sideline. Give him the forward progress and the first down to the 32-yard line with a 6-yard gain.
Eagles are doing a good job of keeping them in bounds, with 5.5 minutes left to go in the game. You do want to do that. You don't want to give up yards, but the one thing you don't want to do particularly is let them get out of bounds.
5:10 to play, fourth quarter. 21-7, Carson-Newman leading the Wasps. Mutter on 1st and 10 is back to pass out of the gun. Throws to Peoples in the flat left side. That's complete. Down at the 27, but right there, dropping back into coverage, is Frank Lee, who bear hugs him and wrestles him down for a 5-yard gain at the 27. 2nd and 5.
Clock still running. Eagles got to get some pressure, got to fight through some of these offensive line blocks and the little grabs and go and get the quarterback.
Blitz comes as Mutter throws left side. Peoples slides forward and grabs it for first down yardage on an out route down at the 22-yard line. Another 5-yard gain and another first down for the Wasps through the air. 1st and 10 for Emory and Henry. 4:25, fourth quarter, trailing Carson-Newman 21-7. yards.
It's pretty obvious that some of the long developing run plays are pretty much out of the playbook for the Wasps. Got to have pressure on the outside.
Back to pass, steps up in the pocket. He runs, but he won't get away from David Alexander inside the left hash. He's inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line for a 4-yard gain. Second down, 6 to go. Emory and Henry, a season-high 205 yards rushing now. Part of that probably because they've had to go with Mutter at quarterback. On 2nd and 6, he's back to pass, zips it, middle of the field. That is complete to Tamaje Penn down at the 11, and he's wrapped up immediately by Jackson Ward. A 4-engine Northern Southern freight train makes its way beyond the stadium. The Wasps have it 1st and 10 toward the right hash at the Eagle 11 after that 7-yard gain. Mutter from the gun. Takes the snap, stands in the pocket, steps up, jets, and won't jet far. Jaheim Wilson knocks him down at the 10, just a yard gain. Second down, 9 to go. Clock continues to move. This is now a 3.5-minute possession for the Wasps. 3:09 to play, fourth quarter, trailing Carson-Newman 21-7. 2nd and 9 from the 10. Mutter back to pass. He's hit. He's dropped. Trezell Giardini-Weish, 16 career sacks. He's passed Robbie Tebow. Timeout, Emory and Henry.
The great thing you can say about Trezell is he never stops. He never stops. Guys are always bigger than him, but he's out there trying to create pressure on that quarterback and is really good.
A loss of 3 back to the 13 brings up third down, and 12 to go. The Wasps can get a first down at the 1-yard line. They have 1 timeout remaining. Let's not forget about that timeout that E&H burned early in the stages of this second half. And so Kurt Newsom and company, just 1 timeout remaining, down 2 touchdowns with 2:56 to play in the fourth quarter. Eagles have scored 21 unanswered. Emory and Henry lit the lamp first on the opening drive of the game. Then Carson-Newman, a great pre- and post-halftime swing with the Nelson 15-yard run, and then the big play, the 46-yarder to Braxton Westfield. Went quiet there for a little bit, had that lengthy 14-play drive that came up empty with the missed field goal, but after forcing a punt, got back on track, made it a 2-score game with a short field and a 23-yard pitch and catch to Cade Meeks along the right side of the end zone to get a little cushion and make this a 21-7 ball game with 2:56 to play in the fourth quarter. Now, can the Eagles defense get a stand when it truly is probably 4-down territory with the Wasps down by 14 with 2:56 to play in the fourth quarter? Or David needs, do you kick a field goal, onside kick, try to score and go for 2?
Unless you're the field goal kicker's parents, I don't think you want to see a field goal kick.
No, you got to have 6.
You got to get 6. You got to get 6. But the Eagles have made them do it the hard way, moving the ball down the field.
Yeah, no chunk plays on this drive. And Emory and Henry's had to use clock. 3rd and 12 for the Wasps. Mutter out of the gun, back to pass. Stands in the pocket. Trezell Giardini-Weish is there, and he's down again. Weish, his 3rd sack of the day, knocks him down back at the 16. A loss of 3, and it's 4th and 15.
You see his quality just in every snap because you watch him just come and come and come.
4th and 15, Mutter back to pass. Looking, throws, middle of the field, behind his wide out, incomplete to Carter at the 5. Eagles hold tight and force the turnover on downs. Carson-Newman football with 2:24 to salt away. And Weish shaken up on the play.
Looks like a knee slipped, trying to run, get the quarterback and laid there on the ground. A little bit of concern, front part of his leg, I think.
Dan Harrison and the Carson-Newman sports medicine staff out to tend to Trezell Giardini-Weish as the Eagles take over 1st and 10 at their own 16-yard line. 21-7, Carson-Newman the lead with 2:24 to salt away, trying to snap this 9-game road losing streak. And Giardini-Weish up off the turf and jogging to the opposite sideline with Purchase. He appears no worse for wear, much to the relief of his head track coach to my left.
That is correct, and I will tell you that if a bone was sticking out of his leg, he's probably jogging off the field anyways, knowing Trey and knowing how tough he is.
First and 10, Carson-Newman. Eagles looking to salt away the final 2:24 in this one with a 21-7 lead in hand. Corbin in the gun with Nelson to his right. Corbin takes the snap, will hand off Nelson. Nelson bursts through a hole, gets across the 15 up to the 16-yard line. Pardon me, that's no gain. Tyree Nelson, late developing play and knocked down by the Wasps, Rasheed Ellis. No gain at the 16. Second and 10. Clock rolling past 2 minutes to play. Eagles' ground game has been bottled up, just 94 yards and 3.4 yards a touch. Those are season lows.
But using it a different way today. I think that it's complemented the pass very well.
And the pass has been marvelous. 242 through the air. Corbin on second and 10. From the gun, takes the snap. We'll give Nelson again. Broken play. Bouncing left, bouncing right, bouncing back to the left, and stopped for no gain at the 16-yard line by the Wasps Penix. And the Wasps will burn that final timeout with 95 seconds left in the fourth quarter, trailing 21-7. Third and 10 for the Carson-Newman Eagles. And you run a play here, even if it's a run, you can get the clock inside of a minute before you punt it.
Yeah, what you don't want to see, and you see a lot of coaches that will say on third and 10 here, if I just throw it, I can win the game. But at the same point, odds are that you're not going to get it on third and 10. And so what you should do is take the guaranteed time off the clock and then force it, especially up by 2 possessions.
Time certainly Carson-Newman's best friend right now and the Wasps' worst enemy. 21-7, Eagles leading. The defense gave up some gash plays in the first half, but here in the second half, David Needs, they have been dialed in.
They have been, and they kind of read that the idea that they were going to run behind the tight end and they were going to take advantage of that, and been playing gap responsibility a lot better. Other than Adam, like you said, that first scoring drive, the Eagles have been locked in on defense all day today.
58 yards of offense for the Wasps after halftime. That's any coach would gladly take that.
Yes, and I know Coach Slade certainly will.
Third and 10 for the Eagles. Middle of the field at their own 16. Nelson to the right of Corbin in the gun. Corbin takes, just as a design keeper for him, picks his way forward. Corbin bouncing it to the right side, gets positive yardage in the boundary right up to the 18-yard line. A 2-yard tote to bring up fourth down and 8 to go, and a long developing play there with the quarterback keeper for Ivan Corbin. And the Eagles can bleed the clock inside of a minute.
You know, this week I had a chance. I was teaching a class, and Mike Clowney and I watched a little bit of the 96 game against Valdosta when we were playing in the famous Mud Bowl, and we were watching the Eagles run out the clock that game and talking about how you have to take care of the ball and be smart. One of the things that he liked, he hinted that he liked, was the quarterback keeping it and just being smart with it. And that's what he did right there. So who knows? Maybe Mike took a lesson from his playing days and remembered that game.
Well, Carson-Newman, the play clocks have had their issues in this game. The clocks themselves, not the operators. Let's make that clear. But Carson-Newman will bleed the metaphorical play clock down and burn the first of 3 timeouts. 40 seconds left. Michael Hara will punt it away. And Emory and Henry will have 40 seconds to try to pull off a miracle.
What you want from the punter right here is to get the ball off. Can't hold it, look at it, do anything, but catch that snap and be ready to kick that ball. Because if that ball rolls, you're going to bleed seconds off. You don't need the high booming kick. Need something that would be a knuckleball probably that will roll and roll and roll and take another 5 to 10 seconds off that clock.
Carson-Newman's bid for a winning season still alive here on the road. A fine performance, especially defensively in the second half and especially aerially. Ivan Corbin started 4 of 13. He finishes 11 of 15 with the first 200-yard passing day for Carson-Newman since March of 21. Hara back to boot it, receives it, and gets it off. It's a wobbler that will bounce at the 45, check up, take an Emory and Henry roll, and be killed with 31 seconds left at the Wasp 47-yard line by Trey Abner. So Emory and Henry, 37 seconds to try to pull off a miracle. They have it 1st and 10 at their own 47-yard line.
But took 9 seconds,
Yep.
and that's what you want. You like you said earlier, Adam. The clock is under 4 minutes. If you have the lead, the clock is your friend. Under 4 minutes, if you're trailing, the clock is your enemy. No matter, it stops being the defense or the offense, and it becomes the clock.
It's much like soccer. You take the ball to the corner flag.
That's right.
Just bleed the clock. Emory and Henry, 1st and 10, 31 seconds left at its own 47, trailing 21-7 to Carson-Newman. Mutter takes the shotgun snap. He's pressured by Lee. Evades the pressure. Flag flies. Mutter chucks it right sideline. Incomplete and out of bounds. Smith the target. Ward in coverage down at the Carson-Newman 35, but Mutter was always releasing that one. There is a flag blending in perfectly to the midfield logo in what I would presume is the area of holding for how Mutter was flushed.
Definitely holding, and when you have the Green Bay Packer-esque colors of Emory and Henry, the flag does get obscured a little bit on the field.
It's great for red-green colorblind deficient people such as myself. So back them up to the 37-yard line. This has been a good, clean, officiated game. Just 66 yards of penalties combined between the two teams. 1st and 20 for the Wasps at their own 37 with 23 seconds left.
This officiating crew has let them play, and you love that.
Mutter out of the gun, back to pass, pressured up the middle. Jordan Wilson is there. Jordan Wilson slings him to the surface. A sack for Wilson. Back at the 30. A loss of 7. And the Wasps unable to stop it.
That's it.
Carson-Newman. A game-sealing sack from Jordan Wilson. And the Eagles stop the road skid. Carson-Newman prevails 21-7 and gets its first road victory since March 13th, 2021. Carson-Newman does it through the air. Ivan Corbin, after starting 4 of 13 passing, he finishes 11 of 15 and becomes the Eagles' first 200-yard passer since, Carson-Newman's last road win, Trey Mitchell at UVA Wise on March 13th, 2021. David Needs, not your typical Carson-Newman performance, even for this team.
No.
Eagles led the league in rushing, a season low 94 yards, but a season high in passing yards. Gets the job done with some great second-half defense.
Yeah, if I had told you that Braxton Westfield would not be playing after his touchdown catch and we would have a great passing game, you probably would not have believed it. But we did do that. The Eagles did that, and so they were able to do that on offense and then play strong, solid defense. And that's one of the things that you want in a Carson-Newman victory is both sides helping each other.
21 unanswered for the Eagles to seal a win over the Emory and Henry Wasps by a final score of 21-7. Carson-Newman improves to 4-5, 3-4 in league play, while the Wasps drop to 4-5 and 3-4 in league play. Carson-Newman in action next week against the Wise Highland Cavaliers at Burke Tar Stadium. Domino's postgame report is headed your way next. Andrew Rogers will have that from back at the press box at McCowan Field. We'll talk to Mike Clowney and a few players. Have all that for you headed your way when we come back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit InterDigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success. Athletics.
Looking to make your home more comfortable and affordable? Maybe a new electric heat pump or new attic insulation? And don't forget new doors and windows. AEC is here to help. We've got a quality contractor network. Site at aecoop.org for application, contractor list, and more details. AEC, we're power with purpose.
The game's over, but we're just getting warmed up. The Domino's postgame report hits the air in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. More information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God. And that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
3, 1.
This is the Domino's post-game report on the Eagle Sports Network.
He buries it from 44 yards out, and Carson-Newman wins it in walk-off fashion.
Highlights, stats, a conversation with Mike Clowney, and the selection of the Food City Player of the Game are all headed your way. The Domino's post-game report is brought to you in part by Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Carson-Newman football is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative. We're AEC, powering the Eagles and Mossy Creek. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Pepsi, that's what I like. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By InterDigital, IT support and marketing, laser focused on your success. By the Bible Insurance Agency, the agency that service built. By Aramark, a foundation of fresh food and speedy service. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By the Tennessee National Guard, a generation of volunteers. By Food City, value every day. By Tri-Light, dream big with gig. By Quality Suites of Morristown, an official hotel of the Carson-Newman Eagles. And by ShopCNEagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Now back to the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
On the Eagle Sports Network of the Domino's post-game report as Carson-Newman wins their first road game of the 2022 season, win number 4 for Mike Clowney's team. The Eagles back in the win column, getting the road victory by a final score of 21-7 over Emory and Henry. And here's how we got there. It started well for the Wasps. They scored an opening drive touchdown that went 79 yards, 13-play drive that took 6.5 minutes off of the first quarter clock to put the Wasps up 7-0.
Third and goal from the 5 for the Wasps. Muddard from the gun, takes the snap, hands off, Overstreet straight ahead, steps through the line and bursts into the end zone. Touchdown, Wasps. Grayson Overstreet finds pay dirt for the 5th time this season. And the Wasps have a beefy 13 with a 5-yard touchdown run. 6-0 Wasps to play in the first.
Carson-Newman's defense was strong for the rest of that first quarter, and the Eagles' offense got going late in the second quarter to tie the game as Tyree Nelson scored on a 15-yard touchdown run to cap a 9-play, 84-yard drive that took nearly 4 minutes off of the second quarter clock, and the Eagles tied it at 7 with 1:30 left in the second quarter.
Corbin out of the gun, takes the snap and gives to Nelson left side. Nelson has the seam. He's across the 10. He's across the 5. Nelson reaching for the end zone. He's there. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A man's run from Tyree Nelson, breaking tackles at the 10 and 5 and housing it from 15 yards out. Eagles have PAT away from tying it up with 89 seconds.
Carson-Newman's defense held strong for the rest of the first half, and the two teams went into the locker room really where they started, tied up going into the second half, and the Eagles offense got the football first and went right down the field. It was only a 4-play drive thanks to an Ivan Corbin 46-yard touchdown pass to Braxton Westfield to put the Eagles up 14-7.
Fake the counter, going to throw long. Westfield, right sideline. Westfield beats his man, hauls it in at the 10, stumbles, and strikes for 6. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Ivan Corbin, the old heave-ho to Braxton Westfield. 46 yards, and he has his 17th career receiving touchdown. Eagles lead 13-7, 13:42 to play in the third quarter.
Carson-Newman's defense continued to stiffen this Emory and Henry attack, and the offense was able to get some insurance for itself in the fourth quarter as Ivan Corbin threw his second touchdown pass of the second half. This one, a 23-yarder to Cade Meeks for Meeks' first career touchdown, put the Eagles up 2 touchdowns.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at the Wasp 23. Corbin in the gun, Curtis to his left. Fake the counter, throw it, right sideline, jump ball, it's caught. Did he get his feet down? Yes. He did! Touchdown, Carson-Newman! Cade Meeks seizes it along the right side of the end zone. He's got his first career touchdown grab, and it puts the Eagles up 2 scores, 20-7, with 6:59 to play in the fourth quarter. 23 yards.
Carson-Newman's defense forced yet another turnover on downs in the red zone to hold on for the 21-7 victory. Now for today's AEC electrifying play of the game. It's Braxton Westfield's 46-yard touchdown catch from Ivan Corbin. Here's another listen to it.
Fake the counter, going to throw long. Westfield, right sideline. Westfield beats his man, hauls it in at the 10, stumbles, and strikes for 6. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Ivan Corbin, the old heave-ho to Braxton Westfield. 46 yards, and he has his 17th career receiving touchdown. Eagles lead 13-7, 13:42 to play in the third quarter.
AEC member-owned and service-driven. A lot to get to on the Domino's post-game report. We'll hear from the head coach, Mike Clowney, as well as players following the 2-touchdown victory over Emory and Henry, as well as a look at some of the stats from today's win and the ShopSeenEagles.com sack scoreboard. All that to come when we return here on the Domino's post-game report on the Eagles Sports Network.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency at 423-586-4320 or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown, serving the Lakeway area's insurance needs since 1931.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Back to the gridiron in 60 seconds.
One play, 80 yards, and the Eagles are on board first.
On the Eagles Sports Network.
It's payday, and on payday, you want to have access to your money right away. When you enroll for direct deposit at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, your money comes to you with no waiting. It's the fastest and most secure way to get paid. Getting set up is easy. All you need is your account number and our routing number. Find out more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA. Some restrictions apply. Ask for details.
Ted Russell Nissan, we got it going on.
Hey, folks, Gerald Dessa with Ted Russell Nissan. Listen to me. Full details, just $79.
$79 for a full detail?
I ain't lying. Our detail shop will detail your car for just $79.
What about new vehicle inventory?
We got them. Ultimas, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, even brand new Rogues, all in stock. And remember, you always get top dollar for your trade. Slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking. It don't matter. Even wreck with a bad Carfax. Just bring that sled to Ted right here in beautiful West Knoxville on Kingston 5.
Andrew Rogers back on the Domino's postgame report. Carson-Newman defeats Emory and Henry by a final score of 21-7. 21 unanswered points for Mike Clowney's team to get the job done on the road for the first victory of the season, as we await to hear from the coach and some of his players following the win. Take a look at some of the stats following this 2-touchdown victory for the Eagles. They outgain Emory and Henry 338-302. The Eagles threw for 242 yards offensively, led by their quarterback Ivan Corbin, who was 15 for 28 passing. Mentioned the 242 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. He did throw 1 interception. Both touchdown passes came in that second half. The Eagles' ground game wasn't as dominant as it usually is. Only 96 on the ground. It was led by Tyree Nelson, who averaged 4 a carry, totaling 40 yards, and the lone rushing touchdown for Carson-Newman with a long run of 15. 4 different Eagles led the way in terms of receptions. Braxton Westfield, 4 catches, 121 receiving yards, and a touchdown to lead the way. 46-yarder for Westfield, another 100-yard performance for him. Receiving, Tyree Nelson, 4 catches, 41 yards. Cade Meeks, 2 grabs, 31 yards. Luke Simpson also had a couple catches. At wide receiver for the Eagles, Corey Waters, Tyler Curtis, Zach Chalmers also caught a pass from the senior Corbin today. On Emory and Henry's side, it was the ground game that got their offense moving for the most part. 196 on the ground for E&H. Charles Munner, the quarterback, was 11 of 20 for 106 yards. He also threw an interception in this game. Grayson Overstreet was the team's top rusher. He runs for 83 yards on the ground, and the lone touchdown for the Wasps in this loss. Mutter 63 yards on the ground. Justin Hill added 36 yards. Mike English with 14. Cam Peoples, the top receiver, with 5 catches for 33 yards. The Eagles 16 first downs in this game, 1 for 1 on 4th downs. Emory and Henry was turned over on downs 3 times in this game, went 1 for 4 on 4th downs. That was a difference maker. 2 of those 3 turnover on downs came in the red zone. So Carson-Newman's defense doesn't come up strong in the red zone multiple times, especially in the second half. Maybe where they're still playing football there in Emory, Virginia, could have been tied maybe if E&H is able to finish off some of those drives. Eagles had 2 turnovers. Both came in the first half. Emory and Henry's turnover also came in the first half off of a Kendall Williams interception. The Eagles' defense was phenomenal all day, leading the way. Tackling-wise for Carson-Newman was Alonzo Houston, a team-high 12 tackles. Frank Lee and Trezell Giardini-Weish were the main 2 linebackers in the backfield all afternoon. They combined for 5.5 tackles for loss. Giardini-Weish had 3 sacks to lead the way for Carson-Newman. He had 3 of the 4 sacks. Jordan Wilson had the other for Carson-Newman in this defensive effort that allowed that opening drive touchdown, but did not allow Emory and Henry to reach the scoreboard again. The defense was phenomenal, and the passing attack for the Eagles was the difference there. In the second half, Callum Clements, 9 tackles. We mentioned Lee's 8 tackles. Caleb Goins, 8 tackles. Jake Cottle and David Alexander with 7 and 6 tackles, respectively, to get the job done to help Carson-Newman get this victory by a final score of 21-7. Eagles win it by 2 touchdowns. We'll take another break. We'll hear from the coach, Mike Clowney, as well as a couple players, and we'll take a look at the ShopSeeingEagles.com sack scoreboard. We return here on the Domino's postgame report on the Eagles Sports Network.
The number one source for Carson-Newman athletics gear is ShopSeeingEagles.com, where you can find gear from Adidas, Columbia, Nike, and Under Armour. Shirts, jerseys, sweatshirts, shorts, pants, hats, and scarves. ShopSeeingEagles.com is your source for everything CN. You can even show your school spirit on your smartphone or tablet. All of your game day essentials can be found in one place. ShopSeeingEagles.com.
At Aramark, this year we go back to our foundation. At Aramark, we are great food and great service with great guests. That is the Aramark way. From coffee at Maples to sandwiches in Stokely, Aramark is here to produce high-quality food for you. A foundation of fresh food, a foundation of speedy service, and a foundation that's built for you, now and for the future. That is the Aramark way.
We love to cheer for our home teams, like the Eagles. It means more when we're rooting for the people we know. Did you know Tri-Lite is your home team internet provider? We're right here in Jefferson City, serving the people we know with our ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband network. And we'd love to serve you. Learn more at trilite.net or by calling 833-847-0824. Go Eagles!
More player interviews and stats come your way in 60 seconds when the Domino's postgame report continues on the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund, so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
Andrew Rogers back on the Domino's post-game report. Carson-Newman defeats Emory and Henry by a final score of 21-7. Eagles get their 4th win of the year and their first on the road this season. The passing attack was strong for Carson-Newman to get the victory, and it's an important victory. Get that first road win. Hopefully that's a good sign moving forward with the Eagles having 2 more games left in the regular season this season. The voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier, had a chance to chat with the head coach, Mike Clowney, following today's win.
Right back on the Eagle Sports Network as Carson-Newman takes down the Wasps of Emory and Henry by a final score of 21-7. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. Mike, what a performance, what a second half. Defensively, you limit the Wasps to 51 yards after halftime. What'd you see from that side of the ball, keeping Emory and Henry in check, really, since the first drive of the
the game?
I thought defensively, the guys played well the entire game. That first half, we give up that 4th and short, and kind of didn't recover from it as quick as you want to. But other than that, I thought for the most part, our guys, especially on the back end, did a good job of keeping guys covered. And then eventually we were able to get to the quarterback and get some sacks.
This was an atypical Carson-Newman win. And the reason I say that, you've led the league in rushing throughout this season. Season low 94 yards. But for the first time since your last road win, you pass for 200 yards. Ivan Corbin, really effective, especially from the second quarter on. What'd you see out of your team airing it out?
I think that's something that we as a football team have to get better at and work on. We talked about it. They were going to put 9 guys in the box, giving us some one-on-one coverage. And, the thing you need to do is you need to win about 3 of those for touchdown a game, and we're able to win 2 of them for touchdown to kind of get that stretch the lead to where we were in a comfortable place.
You bring up stretching the touchdowns and getting it to a comfortable place. It felt uncomfortable at times in that first half. Corbin had completed, I think, 4 of his first 13, but he finishes 11 of 15. What changed for him?
I think the big thing for us, we get 2 turnovers, they're kind of down the field, so they don't put you in trouble as much. But the biggest thing was getting settled to make sure that we could divvy the ball to the right places. I think once we start spreading the ball out a little bit, then he was able to get a little bit more comfortable into a little bit better groove.
Road win. How gratifying is it on a day trip, nonetheless, to get on the bus, come out, started a little slow again, but we're able to recover and put your foot down late?
I think it's one of those things we talked about earlier in the week. My thing with the rock, it's it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, one of our kids that made a great analogy. He said, ever since we were little, we played a football game on the weekend somewhere else. We got in the car and we ate and we drove over there. So at the bottom line, sometimes college football players would get spoiled, be able to go hang out in the hotel room. It doesn't matter. It's football. There's a game out there that you need to play and you need to win it. And so it was good to see guys come out and get done what they need to get done today.
Braxton Westfield was the Braxton Westfield of years past, it felt like today. 4 catches, 126 yards, within 34 now of 1,500 for his career. Put you on top with his 46-yarder, a beautiful over-the-top ball. What did you see from your senior out of Simpsonville today?
He battled. And there was a lot of great effort plays. The one on, I think it's 3rd down where he comes back and catches the ball on his fingertips right on the ground. That's his bigger play as a touchdown because it kept the drive alive that we scored the touchdown on. And then, him to finish that run, the catch, to score touchdown down here later on. I mean, he just continues to do a good job for us.
This was a game where you used Tyree Nelson in a lot of unique and different ways. He leads you on the ground and rushing with 40 yards, but also led you through the air in terms of passes caught. What did that utilization do to keep Emory and Henry off balance?
He's a talented kid, and that's something that we've tried to kind of get in the groove, to be able to do with him the entire time. But with his injuries and some things like that, hadn't been able to. But it was good to kind of find that fit for him today so that he can see that he can do that. Defensively,
Trezell Giardini-Weish moves past Robbie Tebow and is now top 15 all-time in Carson-Newman history with 16 sacks. He got a ton of pressure late. And when Emory and Henry was trying to rally, it was surprise, surprise, late game sacks from Trezell Giardini-Weish that helped put the game away. What can you say about his attitude, his effort for one of the more crowded positions on this team in terms of talent at that Fox end spot?
Trezell's just a guy you love. He's a program guy. He's on the sideline, giving out the scouting report, and then when he gets a chance to come in the game and play, he takes every opportunity and he makes plays. And so I'm just thrilled just watching him. Anytime you see him coming off the edge, we got a chance to get to the quarterback.
You head back to Mossy Creek, final home game of the year. You welcome in the UVA-Wise Highland Cavaliers for homecoming at 3 p.m. What do you have to do to build on this one, get some consistency, and string together back-to-back wins for the first time all season?
I think, we've got to go watch this one. We still made a lot of mistakes. We still got a lot of things that we've got to fix and we've got to clean up. Like I say, it's always more fun to do it when you win. And so the biggest thing is we got to get back to the drawing board and continue to work to get better.
All right, Mike Clowney, pleasure as always. Congrats on a road win and a 21-7 victory over the Wasps.
Road up.
That's Carson-Newman head football coach Mike Clowney. We'll be back with more of the Domino's postgame report after these messages. This is the Eagle Sports Network.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
What is it that makes you powerful? It's not only having a voice, but knowing that it's heard loud and clear. We understand knowledge can change your life, and that energy will continue to power it. And because you're part of a Touchstone Energy Cooperative, we're always listening. Because you're more than just a customer, you're a member. And what's more powerful than that?
AEC, bringing the winning game plan to your team.
Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles. Call 423-585-4000 for the Carson-Newman rate. Quality Suites of Morristown, the preferred hotel choice of the Eagles.
This is the Eagles Sports Network. Back to the field after 60 seconds from your local stations.
First Baptist Church of Powell is a gospel-centered community who loves God and others. We exist by the grace of God for the glory of God, and that is the ultimate purpose in all that we do. First Baptist Powell believes that a healthy disciple is one who gathers with the body of Christ, grows in the grace of Christ, and goes with the gospel of Christ. We encourage you to join us for worship Sundays at 10:15 a.m. and learn more about how you can be involved in the life and ministry of our church at fbcpowell.org.
Hey folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. 2 cheeseburgers, 2 medium fries, any 2 drinks of your choice. Tea, coffee, or soft drink. Just
Whoa, cut! Gerald, wrong script.
I thought something sounded wrong. Here we go. Brand new Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike. Hey folks, Gerald Ensign with Ted Russell Nissan. This week, russet potatoes are on sale. Ground beef, just a pound. Thumping good watermelon.
Whoa, Gerald, wrong script.
Here we go. Ted Russell Nissan. Altimas, Rogues, Pathfinders, Maximus, Frontiers, all new and in stock. Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Back on the Domino's post-game report on the Eagles Sports Network. Carson-Newman wins it 21-7. First road win of the 2022 season for head coach Mike Clowney's team. Adam Cavalier had a chance to speak with Major Williams, who was a very important player on special teams, had a good couple punt returns in today's victory. Here's Cav with Major Williams following today's win.
All right, alongside Major Williams, I'm Adam Cavalier as Carson-Newman takes down the Emory and Henry Wasps by a final score of 21-7. Major, the first conversation that we have to have is not about defense and tackles or pass breakups. It's about punt returns. 99 yards worth of punt returns, a 50-yarder and a 49-yarder. The 49-yarder ends up setting up a short field for really the game-sealing touchdown from Cade Meeks. Break it down. Jelon Pearson's gotten the bulk of the reps back there. You've been back there at times. What'd you see? First return, second return that opened things up for some major yardage.
The first return was there. I had time to receive the ball and make one move. I had one defender to beat. We're going to the field. I beat him outside and just went picking up speed and got as much yards as I can. Our goal this week was to get a first down, which is 10 yards, and we're blessed to get way more than that.
About 9 of them right there.
Yes, sir.
Defensively, lights out performance, especially after halftime. Just 51 yards of total offense for the Wasps in the second half. Moved the ball early on you. What adjustments did you make to really batten down the hatches and stop a pretty formidable run-pass option offense?
I think we had to just settle in, let our feet get wet that first drive, and we came to the sideline. We told them we're going to fight through this together, and we're going to be better this week and learn how to play as one. And teams are going to make plays on us. It's all about that counter and persevering and keep going.
This was a game kind of flipped on its head. I think if you were to ask, hey, who's going to have more rushing yards, who's going to have more passing yards, you'd take the league leaders in rushing offense, Carson-Newman, in that category, and Emory and Henry third in the conference in passing yards in that. They kind of flipped that, ran the ball more, passed the ball less. And when they did pass, you guys were in man coverage all day long. Nobody was open. What'd you do to put the clamps down on their receivers?
I told all my guys this week, we got to put hands on these receivers to slow down, to take the speed out of everybody's face. And up front, they did well, attacking that quarterback, making him, had him under pressure a little bit. And defensively in the back end, man, we just played our man, and we locked in on that, and that was our job.
First road win of the season.
Yes, sir.
How do you build on this one? Headed back home for homecoming against UVA-wise.
It's great momentum going back home, and we just got to keep working. It's gonna be good to watch the tape, but we still can learn from this one, and we carry it into Wise and get us a win at the Creek.
He's Major Williams. I'm Adam Cavalier.
Certainly those returns were a big part of Carson-Newman's offensive performance today. Turned to 50 and 49 yards for Major Williams to help Carson-Newman get this 2-touchdown victory over Emory and Henry. Also, it was the defense, not just the special teams, that got the job done for Carson-Newman. We talked about it just a couple of moments ago about how good the defense was, and leading the way was Trezell Giardini-White. She recorded 3 sacks in this game, 2 in the fourth quarter to help seal this road victory, and Adam Cavalier had a chance to talk with Trezell after the win.
Adam Cavalier as Carson-Newman prevails over the Emory and Henry Wasps by a final score of 21-7. Trezell, the news of the day is 3 sacks and passing Robbie Tebow.
Yes, sir.
A famous name on the Carson-Newman all-time sack list, now up to 16.5 for your career. Record book numbers aside, those were game-sealing sacks, at least late when Emory and Henry was trying to make a rally. What'd you see out of yourself and the team's pass rush as a whole to make Charles Mutter uncomfortable under center today for the Wasps?
It all came down to the back half as well, because once they started covering and getting comfortable, the D-line just told us we just need to go eat, And the tackle I was going against, me and Frank Lee, we were like, man, he's 6'9", So I think we watched our film and we scouted correctly to see where we could take advantage of all those different things.
Defensively, a marvelous performance, especially after halftime. Anytime you hold a team to 51 yards in the second half, things are going pretty well. Felt like pass rush complemented pass defense. What'd you see from that side of the ball, especially after that opening drive got your feet under you, and Emory and Henry struggled to move it consistently?
It started off stopping the run. Coach Slay has a big motto, if you stop the run, you get to have fun, So once we stopped the run, it was able to everybody just widen out and just go. And like I said earlier, our back half helped us, so it allowed all the pass rushers to just go eat.
How long did it take to adjust? Emory and Henry did things differently. New quarterback, did not expect Charles Mutter to get the start. Kyle Short had started every game and was third in the league in passing. Emory and Henry second to last in the conference in rushing yardage. They ran the ball a lot today, 44 carries for 200 yards. But the majority of that, especially after the first quarter, was 1, 2, 3 yards. You guys cut off the gash plays. How?
We made good adjustments. I think Coach Slay saw where they were hurting us at, and he allowed to adjust, and everybody just bought into what he was adjusting to.
All right, road win. Yeah. How gratifying is that?
It was really good, because I told the team Friday, I said, nothing changes. The only thing that changes is the logo on the field. So we got to play at home and away the same, All
right, hey, you head back to the home confines where you've been pretty good this year. Homecoming, UVA-wise, comes in. A chance to build on success. How do you do it against the Highland Cavaliers?
I just believe. Our motto is one. We just got to be one. Last 2 games,
Trezell Giardini-White, congratulations on bypassing Tim Tebow's brother.
Thank you so much. I'm blessed.
That's Trezell Giardini-White. Let's head back to the studios.
Thanks, Adam. Certainly a good accomplishment for Trezell. Quality performance today with 3 sacks. We're still waiting to hear from Ivan Corbin and Braxton Westfield. Those two connected on a big touchdown to help the Eagles get the victory today. So while we wait for that, before we take one more break, we'll run through some scores in the South Atlantic Conference on this Saturday. That first game that was played today started at noon. Mars Hill takes down UVA-Wise 20-16. Mars Hill never trailed in this game, but Wise was within striking distance most of the game. Mars Hill holds on for a 4-point road victory. The big one in the Piedmont division was between Wingate and LR. Two teams tied atop that division, and Wingate goes on the road, scores the first 17 points. LR countered with the next 21, and then Wingate scored with 4 minutes left to go up 24-21. The Bulldogs get a defensive stop down the stretch and take down Lenore-Ryan. The Bears lose this one, fall to 6-3. Wingate is now 8-1. Nice road win for Wingate and Hickory, North Carolina, over Lenore-Ryan. Currently at the half, Erskine and Tusculum in a battle. It's 21-14. Tusculum's got the touchdown advantage at the break in that matchup. A couple of other games going on at this time. Catawba and Barton are in action. Barton, the home team, facing off against Catawba. Both teams still looking for their first division win of the year, and right now it's Barton up 17-7. Barton scored 10 in the first quarter, and they lead Catawba, the Indians, by 10 points with that game set to start the fourth quarter here shortly. And then the final game on this October Saturday in the South Atlantic Conference features Limestone and Newberry, two of the better teams in the Piedmont Division. Limestone 4-2, Newberry 5-1. Newberry can tie Wingate for the top spot with a victory today. So Newberry at home getting ready to kick things off against the Saints in what is a big-time battle in the Piedmont Division. So far today, through the three games that are final, all road teams winning. Carson-Newman a road victory, Wingate a road victory, Mars Hill with the road victory on the final Saturday in the month of October. We'll take another break here on the Domino's post-game report. When we come back, we'll hear from Ivan Corbin and Braxton Westfield following Carson-Newman's 21-7 win over Emory and Henry. That's next here on the Eagles Sports Network.
Okay, let's see. Carson-Newman University. It's been around since 1851. A beautiful campus, amazing student life, world-class accredited academics, competitive athletic programs, a Christian perspective, a top 10 best value school. They give $48 million in financial aid every year, and I get a free scholarship when I enroll. Looks like I've found the perfect place.
We love to cheer for our home teams, like the Eagles. It means more when we're rooting for the people we know. Did you know Tri-Lite is your home team internet provider? We're right here in Jefferson City, serving the people we know with our ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband network. And we'd love to serve you. Learn more at trilite.net or by calling 833-847-0824. Go Eagles!
Insurance, it's about people, not things. It's about security. It's about confidence. It's about relationships. It's about trust. It's about you. As a local independent agent, Bible Insurance Agency can design an insurance program that's just right for you and your family. Give the people you love safe, sound, secure protection from Auto Owners Insurance. Call Bible Insurance Agency, 423-586-4320, or go by 1600 East Andrew Johnson Highway in Morristown. A check of the ShopSeeingEagles.com SAC scoreboard is next. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. Premier Building Maintenance Corporation. That name means excellence. For over a quarter of a century, the Premier team delivers service with pride, personal responsibility in delivering excellence. And they also back the Ken Sparks Scholarship Fund, so that a deserving student may be able to enjoy a great Christian education at Carson-Newman. For more information, go to cneagles.com. That's cneagles.com. Backed and helped by Premier Building Maintenance Corporation.
Offense was a big factor, especially the passing attack, and the top receiver for this team week in and week out, and specifically this game. Braxton Westfield, 4 catches, over 100 yards, and a 46-yard touchdown catch. Adam had a chance to speak with Braxton following the 2-touchdown victory.
All right, alongside Braxton Westfield, I'm Adam Cavalier as Carson-Newman takes down Emory and Henry on the road by a final score of 21-7. Braxton, congratulations. First 100-yard game since playoffs of 2019 for yourself. First for the program since J.J. Lewis's 5-catch, 100-yard game at UVA-Wise in the COVID season in the spring of 2021. What'd you see from this team today, moving the ball as well through the air as it has done all year long?
We just had a lot of matchups that we can take advantage of out there on the perimeter. Make sure we had Cade out there catching his first career touchdown out there today. We had Zach Chalmers catching his first touchdown, first catch actually today too as well. So we're actually spreading the ball out, getting on the perimeter, and moving the ball horizontally before we move it vertically down the field.
Longest catch of the season for you, a 46-yard score. Gave the Eagles the lead for good on the opening possession of the third quarter. Break down what happened on that play to get you in the end zone.
We saw, me and Ivan located the safety, saw that he was inside of the hash and knew that it was going to be man-to-man on the outside. So we knew we were going to take advantage of number 22 guarding me, so we had to take advantage of it.
Overall, it felt like there was a lot of that. You brought up Cade Meeks, probably a game-sealing touchdown late in the fourth quarter. How gratifying is it to see one of the young pups get into the end zone for the first time?
As you can see, after that touchdown, I was probably the first person down there celebrating. Just because I know how hard Cade works throughout the week and how hard Zach works throughout the week, and seeing them actually come out here and putting it in, getting college stats today, and getting in the touchdown for Cade, that's good, big time.
Things were tough sledding early. Ivan missed on 7 of 8 passes, but really found his footing middle of the second quarter on, finished by completing 11 of his final 15. What changed in the passing game to be really efficient, really effective as a team?
Just making sure we had the matchups that we wanted to exploit and getting the ball to where we had to get it to and exactly where we had to put it at. And us being receivers, getting the ball in our hands and making sure we get straight every, like Coach Z says, bring every play dry. So we do make sure we're doing that.
Head back to the creek. UVA-Wise comes to town for homecoming. What does this team need to do to build some consistency and win back-to-back games with the Highland Cavaliers coming to the banks of Mossy Creek?
Maintaining what we had today and bringing it to next week. We had great energy, great focus all week throughout for preparation, and then today, game day, I could tell everybody was locked in, and we were going to get this first road win, and we got it.
All right, Braxton, thanks for the time. Congrats on a 100-yard performance. Now just 34 yards shy of 1,500 for your career.
Oh, man.
There's that number.
Wow.
All right. He's Braxton Westfield. I'm Adam Cavalier.
Thanks, Adam. Braxton with a solid day at the office. 120 yards receiving, 4 grabs, and a touchdown that long of 46 that got the Eagles the lead, and they never let it go there in that third quarter to hold on to the 21-7 victory. Something unique about today's game, there were 4 touchdowns scored, 1 in each quarter. Emory and Henry scored that opening drive touchdown. That was a really well-put-together drive. 13-play drive, 80 yards, 6.5 minutes off of the clock. Carson-Newman struggled offensively early in that first half. The Eagles got going late in the second quarter before eventually scoring an early third quarter and late fourth quarter touchdown to secure a 21-7 victory over Emory and Henry. Tyree Nelson had a solid day. The team's leading rusher, 40 yards on the ground and a touchdown. He also had 41 receiving yards. Nelson had the only rushing touchdown in the game. Corbin, through the air today, was a difference maker. 242 yards passing for Ivan Corbin. 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. He was an efficient 15 of 28 as well. Throwing the football, by far his most pass attempts and yards of the season. A couple of scores to go along with it. We're still waiting to hear from our Food City player of the game, Ivan Corbin. Should have that for you here momentarily. Cade Meeks' first career touchdown today, 31 receiving yards. You heard Braxton talk about what that meant to him and the significance of his first touchdown of the season. Meeks has been a nice little number 2 receiver next to Westfield and showed why today with catching his second pass and his first touchdown of his college career. The Carson-Newman defense was phenomenal, really, against the run and the pass. The passing attack only threw for 106 for Emory and Henry. The ground game got nearly 200 yards, but a lot of that came in the first half. E&H was forced to pass a decent bit in the second half with the Eagles ahead, and ultimately the Carson-Newman defense was very solid after getting after the quarterback and finding ways to cause havoc against this Emory and Henry offense that early on seemed to be in business with that long opening drive touchdown, but ultimately it was Carson-Newman's defense making the difference down the stretch. A couple of notable numbers: 5 penalties for the Eagles, 4 for Emory and Henry. The Eagles were pretty efficient on third down, 6 of 14, nearly 50%. They held E&H to 6 for 14 mark, and Emory and Henry went 1 for 4 on fourth downs. They turned it over 3 times, twice in the red zone. Carson-Newman had only done that once, turned a team over on downs in the red zone this season. They did it twice in the victory today over Emory and Henry. They went 1 for 4 on fourth down. Certainly a factor in why the Eagles were able to get a win. Not only a strong passing attack, but the defense, really from all 3 phases. The defensive line, the linebackers, and the defensive backs were crucial in this effort. All right, we've got Ivan Corbin here, today's Food City Player of the Game. Corbin, 242 and a couple of passing touchdowns through the air. Here's Adam with Ivan Corbin.
Alongside our Food City Player of the Game, Ivan Corbin, I'm Adam Cavalier, as Carson-Newman prevails on the road over the Emory and Henry Wasps by a final score of 21-7. Ivan, let's talk about quarterbacking. Tough sledding early. You missed on 7 of 8 passes, started 4 of 13, but then found your footing and found it in a major way. Complete 11 of your final 15 passes, finished with 242 yards, 2 touchdowns. What changed from the start to the finish, about the midpoint of the second quarter, to really hone in on some high-level efficiency?
Just getting settled in and trusting my linemen and receivers, putting the ball where it needs to go. At first, I was, kind of just aiming instead of throwing to a spot. So that was kind of a reason of my first couple misses.
Braxton Westfield, top target, 4 catches, $126, and the go-ahead score on the first drive of the third quarter. Break down that play. What'd you see on a long ball that covered 46 yards to give the Eagles the lead for good?
They had press corner with no safety help, and anytime we got press corner with no safety help on 15, it's a good matchup whenever, no matter what kind of throw it is. So I just put up there for my guy and hope for him to go win.
How gratifying was it to get some other guys involved in the passing game? Cade Meeks into the end zone for his first career touchdown. How nice was that?
It was nice. I missed him on a couple early in the year, so it felt good, getting him one in front of a away crowd right here. He's feeling good about that one. Told me he owed me tonight. So,
how much of a weapon is it to integrate Tyree Nelson into the passing game? While Westfield leads the team in receiving yards, it was Nelson's 5 catches that led the team to go along with 40 on the ground. How much does that put a team, whether it's Emory, Henry, or anybody else, out of sorts having to defend?
It puts him in a real bind because, we can hand it off to him and he can take it a distance, or we can throw it to him and he can break a tackle and go the distance. So I feel like that puts him in a stressful situation where whenever he's in the slot, they don't know if it's going to be a run to him, if he's the pitch back, or he's going out for a pass.
All right, turn your attention to the home grounds. Homecoming. UVA Wise comes to town for a 3 p.m. kick next Saturday. What do you have to do to build on success? Did some different things today. How do you build on this with the Cavs coming to town on Saturday?
Keep executing and keep executing the coach's game plan. They're never going to set us up for failure. So as long as we go out there and execute what they're telling us to do, then we'll be just fine.
All right, Ivan, congratulations on the win, and congratulations on the first 200-yard passing performance by a Carson-Newman quarterback since March of 21.
Thank you.
That is our Food City Player of the Game, Ivan Corbin.
Appreciate Ivan. The game value everyday food city. Eagles win it 21-7. As we'll wrap things up here in the Domino's post-game report. Carson-Newman back in action next Saturday. They welcome UVA Wise to town for Senior Day before wrapping up the regular season on November 12th at Catawba. We thank you for joining us throughout today's game. For Adam Cavalier and David Needs, and our producer back in the studio, Dave Clabo, I'm Andrew Rogers signing off here in the Domino's post-game report on the Eagles Sports Network. We'll talk to you next Saturday from Berktar Stadium for Carson-Newman's Senior Day against UVA Wise.
You've been listening to the Domino's post-game report on the Eagles Sports Network. Today's game has been brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative. We're AEC, powering the Eagles and Mossy Creek. By Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Pepsi, that's what I like. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By InterDigital, IT support and marketing, laser focused on your success. By the Bible Insurance Agency, the agency that service built. By Aramark, a foundation of fresh food and speedy service. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By the Tennessee National Guard, a generation of volunteers. By Food City, value every day. By Trilight, dream big with Gig. By Quality Suites of Morristown, an official hotel of the Carson-Newman Eagles. And by ShopCNEagles.com, the official online store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. The executive producer of the Eagles Sports Network is Matt Pope. Producers Adam Cavalier, Michael Watrang, Ian Johnson, Andrew Rogers, Caitlin Jones, and Danny Wizarek. I'm staff announcer Ernie Anderson. A special thanks to Carson-Newman and University President Dr. Charles A. Fowler. Stay tuned to these stations for information on our next presentation of Carson-Newman football. In the meantime, visit cneagles.com for recaps, highlights, and interviews from today's game. This is the Eagles Sports Network.